The Project Gutenberg ebook of nonsense books. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Nonsense Books. Author: Edward Lear. Release date: October 8, 2004. Ebook number 13650. Most recently updated: December 18, 2020. Language: English. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Nonsense Books e-text prepared by Dave Newman, Ben Courtney, A. Dubelbice, Stan Goodman, and Project Gutenberg. Distributed proofreaders. Nonsense Books by Edward Lear. With all the original illustrations. 1894 covers. Click for larger versions. Nonsense Books. How pleasant to know Mr. Lear. Introduction. A book of nonsense. Dedication. Nonsense rhymes and pictures too. Nonsense songs, stories, botany, and alphabets. Nonsense songs, nonsense stories, nonsense botany, nonsense alphabets. 3. More nonsense pictures, rhymes, botany, etc. Introduction. Nonsense botany. 100 nonsense pictures and rhymes. 26 nonsense rhymes and pictures. 4. Laughable lyrics, a fresh book of nonsense poems, songs, botany, etc. Laughable lyrics. Nonsense botany. Nonsense alphabets index, added 2004, by First Lines. Nonsense alphabets, nonsense botanies, nonsense songs and stories. Publisher's notice: the first book of nonsense was published in 1846. 3 other volumes, nonsense songs, stories, etc., published in 1871, more nonsense pictures, etc., in 1872, and laughable lyrics, a fresh book of nonsense, etc., in 1877 comprise all the nonsense books written by Mr. Lear. Surely the most beneficent and innocent of all books yet produced is the Book of Nonsense, with its corollary carols, inimitable and refreshing, and perfect in rhythm. I really don't know any author to whom I am half so grateful for my idle self as Edward Lear. I shall put him first of my 100 authors. John Ruskin, in the list of the best 100 authors. Edward Lear. Engraved by Andrew from a photograph taken in San Remo, by Roncarolo. The following lines by Mr. Lear were written for a young lady of his acquaintance, who had quoted to him the words of a young lady not of his acquaintance. How pleasant to know M.R. Lear. How pleasant to know Mr. Lear. Who has written such volumes of stuff? Some think him ill-tempered and queer, but a few think him pleasant enough. His mind is concrete and fastidious, his nose is remarkably big, his visage is more or less hideous, his beard it resembles a wig. He has ears, and 2 eyes, and 10 fingers, leastways if you reckon 2 thumbs. Long ago he was one of the singers, but now he is one of the dumbs. He sits in a beautiful parlor, with hundreds of books on the wall. He drinks a great deal of Marsala, but never gets tipsy at all. He has many friends, laymen and clerical. Old Foss is the name of his cat. His body is perfectly spherical, he weareth a runcible hat. When he walks in waterproof white, the children run after him so, calling out, he's come out in his nightgown, that crazy old Englishman, oh. He weeps by the side of the ocean, he weeps on the top of the hill, he purchases pancakes and lotion, and chocolate shrimps from the mill. He reads, but he cannot speak Spanish, he cannot abide ginger beer, ere the days of his pilgrimage vanish. How pleasant to know Mr. Lear. Introduction. Edward Lear, the artist, author of Journals of a Landscape Painter in various out-of-the-way countries, and of the delightful books of nonsense, which have amused successive generations of children, died on Sunday, January 29, 1888, at San Remo, Italy, where he had lived for 20 years. Few names could evoke a wider expression of passing regret at their appearance in the obituary column, for until his health began to fail he was known to an immense and almost a cosmopolitan circle of acquaintance, and popular wherever he was known. Fewer still could call up in the minds of intimate friends a deeper and more enduring feeling of sorrow for personal loss, mingled with the pleasantest of memories, for it was impossible to know him thoroughly and not to love him. London, Rome, the Mediterranean countries generally, Ceylon and India, are still all dotted with survivors among his generation who will mourn for him affectionately, although his latter years were spent in comparatively close retirement. He was a man of striking nobility of nature, fearless, independent, energetic, given to forming for himself strong opinions, often hastily, sometimes bitterly, not always strong or sound in judgment, but always seeking after truth in every matter, and following it as he understood it in scorn of consequence, utterly unselfish, devoted to his friends, generous even to extravagance towards anyone who had ever been connected with his fortunes or his travels, playful, light-hearted, witty, and humorous, but not without those occasional fits of black depression and nervous irritability to which such temperaments are liable. Great and varied as the merits of his pictures are, Lear hardly succeeded in achieving any great popularity as a landscape painter. His work was frequently done on private commission, and he rarely sent in pictures for the Academy or other exhibitions. His larger and more highly finished landscapes were unequal in technical perfection, sometimes harsh or cold in color, or stiff in composition, sometimes full of imagination, at others literal and prosaic but always impressive reproductions of interesting or peculiar scenery. In later years he used in conversation to qualify himself as a topographical artist, and the definition was true, though not exhaustive. He had an intuitive and a perfectly trained eye for the character and beauty of distant mountain lines, the solemnity of rocky gorges, the majesty of a single mountain rising from a base of plain or sea, and he was equally exact in rendering the true forms of the middle distances and the specialties of foreground detail belonging to the various lands through which he had wandered as a sketcher. Some of his pictures show a mastery which has rarely been equaled over the difficulties of painting an immense plain as seen from a height, reaching straight away from the eye of the spectator until it is lost in a dim horizon. Sir Roderick Murchison used to say that he always understood the geological peculiarities of a country he had only studied in Lear's sketches. The compliment was thoroughly justified, and it is not every landscape painter to whom it could honestly be paid. The history of Lear's choice of a career was a curious one. He was the youngest of 21 children, and, through a family mischance, was thrown entirely on the limited resources of an elderly sister at a very early age. As a boy he had always dabbled in colors for his own amusement, and had been given to poring over the ordinary boys' books upon natural history. It occurred to him to try to turn his infant talents to account, and he painted upon cardboard a couple of birds in the style which the older among us remember as having been called Oriental tinting, took them to a small shop, and sold them for 4d. The kindness of friends, to whom he was ever grateful, gave him the opportunity of more serious and more remunerative study, and he became a patient and accurate zoological draftsman. Many of the birds in the earlier volumes of Gould's magnificent folios were drawn for him by Lear. A few years back there were eagles alive in the zoological gardens in Regent's Park to which Lear could point as old familiar friends that he had drawn laboriously from claw to beak 50 years before. He united with this kind of work the more unpleasant occupation of drawing the curiosities of disease or deformity in hospitals. One day, as he was busily intent on the portrait of a bird in the zoological gardens, an old gentleman came and looked over his shoulder, entered into conversation, and finally said to him, "You must come and draw my birds at Knowsley." Lear did not know where Knowsley was, or what it meant, but the old gentleman was the 13th Earl of Derby. The successive Earls of Derby have been among Lear's kindest and most generous patrons. He went to Knowsley, and the drawings in the Knowsley Menagerie, now a rare and highly prized work among book collectors, are by Lear's hand. At Knowsley he became a permanent favorite, and it was there that he composed in prolific succession his charming and wonderful series of utterly nonsensical rhymes and drawings. Lear had already begun seriously to study landscape. When English winters began to threaten his health, Lord Derby started a subscription which enabled him to go to Rome as a student and artist, and no doubt gave him recommendations among Anglo-Roman society which laid the foundations of a numerous clientele. It was in the Roman summers that Lear first began to exercise the taste for pictorial wandering which grew into a habit and a passion, to fill vivid and copious notebooks as he went, and to illustrate them by spirited and accurate drawings, and his first volume of Illustrated Excursions in Italy, published in 1846, is gratefully dedicated to his Knowsley patron. Only those who have traveled with him could know what a delightful comrade he was to men whose tastes ran more or less parallel to his own. It was not everybody who could travel with him, for he was so irrepressibly anxious not to lose a moment of the time at his disposal for gathering into his garners the beauty and interest of the lands over which he journeyed, that he was careless of comfort and health. Calabria, Sicily, the desert of Sinai, Egypt and Nubia, Greece and Albania, Palestine, Syria, Athos, Candia, Montenegro, Zagari, who knows now where Zagari is, or was, were as thoroughly explored and sketched by him as the more civilized localities of Malta, Corsica, and Corfu. He read insatiably before starting all the recognized guidebooks and histories of the country he intended to draw, and his published itineraries are marked by great strength and literary interest quite irrespectively of the illustrations. And he had his reward. It is not any ordinary journalist and sketcher who could have compelled from Tennyson such a tribute as lines to El on his travels in Greece: Illyrian woodlands, echoing falls of water, sheets of summer glass, the long divine Penean pass, the vast Acroceronian walls, Timorit, Athos, all things fair, with such a pencil, such a pen, you shadow forth to distant men. I read and felt that I was there. Lear was a man to whom, as to Tennyson's Ulysses, all experience is an arch wherethrough gleams that untraveled world. After settling at San Remo, and when he was nearly 60 years old, he determined to visit India and Ceylon. He started once and failed, being taken so ill at Suez that he was obliged to return. The next year he succeeded, and brought away some thousands of drawings of the most striking views from all three presidencies and from the tropical island. His appetite for travel continued to grow with what it fed upon, and although he hated a long sea voyage, he used seriously to contemplate as possible a visit to relations in New Zealand. It may safely, however, be averred that no considerations would have tempted him to visit the Arctic regions. A hard-working life, checkered by the odd adventures which happen to the odd and the adventurous and pass over the commonplace, a career brightened by the high appreciation of unimpeachable critics, lightened, till of late, by the pleasant society and good wishes of innumerable friends, saddened by the growing pressure of ill health and solitude, cheered by his constant trust in the love and sympathy of those who knew him best, however far away. Such was the life of Edward Lear. The London Saturday Review, February 4, 1888. Among the writers who have striven with varying success during the last 30 or 40 years to awaken the merriment of the rising generation of the time being, Mr. Edward Lear occupies the first place in seniority, if not in merit. The parent of modern nonsense writers, he is distinguished from all his followers and imitators by the superior consistency with which he has adhered to his aim, that of amusing his readers by fantastic absurdities, as void of vulgarity or cynicism as they are incapable of being made to harbor any symbolical meaning. He never deviates into sense, but those who appreciate him never feel the need of such deviation. He has a genius for coining absurd names and words, which, even when they are suggested by the exigencies of his meter, have a ludicrous appropriateness to the matter in hand. His verse is, with the exception of a certain number of Cockney rhymes, wonderfully flowing and even melodious, or, as he would say, melodious, while to all these qualifications for his task must finally be added the happy gift of pictorial expression, enabling him to double, nay, often to quadruple, the laughable effect of his text by an inexhaustible profusion of the quaintest designs. Generally speaking, these designs are, as it were, an idealization of the efforts of a clever child, but now and then, as in the case of the nonsense botany, Mr. Lear reminds us what a genuine and graceful artist he really is. The advantage to a humorist of being able to illustrate his own text has been shown in the case of Thackeray and Mr. W. S. Gilbert, to mention two familiar examples, but in no other instance of such a combination have we discovered such geniality as is to be found in the nonsense pictures of Mr. Lear. We have spoken above of the melodiousness of Mr. Lear's verses, a quality which renders them excellently suitable for musical setting, and which has not escaped the notice of the author himself. We have also heard effective arrangements, presumably by other composers, of the adventures of the table and the chair, and of the cruise of the owl and the pussy-cat, the latter introduced into the drawing-room entertainment of one of the followers of John Perry. Indeed, in these days of adaptations, it is to be wondered at that no enterprising librettist has attempted to build a children's comic opera out of the materials supplied in the 4 books with which we are now concerned. The first of these, originally published in 1846, and brought out in an enlarged form in 1863, is exclusively devoted to nonsense verses of one type. Mr. Lear is careful to disclaim the credit of having created this type, for he tells us in the preface to his 3rd book that the lines beginning, "There was an old man of Tobago," were suggested to me by a valued friend, as a form of verse leading itself to limitless variety for rhymes and pictures. Dismissing the further question of the authorship of "There was an old man of Tobago," we propose to give a few specimens of Mr. Lear's protean powers as exhibited in the variation of this simple type. Here, to begin with, is a favorite verse, which we are very glad to have an opportunity of giving, as it is often incorrectly quoted, cocks being substituted for owls in the 3rd line. "There was an old man with a beard, who said, 'It is just as I feared. 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren, have all built their nests in my beard.'" With the kindly fatalism which is the distinctive note of the foregoing stanza, the sentiment of our next extract is in vivid contrast. "There was an old man in a tree, who was terribly bored by a bee. When they said, 'Does it buzz?' he replied, 'Yes, it does. It's a regular brute of a bee.'" To the foregoing verse an historic interest attaches, if, that is, we are right in supposing it to have inspired Mr. Gilbert with his famous nonsense rhyme in blank verse. We quote from memory, "There was an old man of St. Bees, who was stung in the arm by a wasp. When they asked, 'Does it hurt?' he replied, 'No, it doesn't, but I thought all the while 'twas a hornet.'" Passing over the lines referring to the young person of Crete to whom the epithet omnivorous is applied, we may be pardoned on the ground of the geographical proximity of the 2 countries named for quoting together 2 stanzas which in reality are separated by a good many pages. "There was a young lady of Norway, who casually sat in a doorway, when the door squeezed her flat, she exclaimed, 'What of that?' This courageous young person of Norway. There was a young lady of Sweden, who went by the slow train to Wheaton, when they cried, 'Wheaton station,' she made no observation, but thought she should go back to Sweden. A noticeable feature about this first book, and one which we think is peculiar to it, is the harsh treatment which the eccentricities of the inhabitants of certain towns appear to have met with at the hands of their fellow residents. No less than 3 people are smashed: the old man of Whitehaven who danced a quadrille with a raven, the old person of Buda, and the old man with a gong who bumped at it all the day long, though in the last named case we admit that there was considerable provocation. Before quitting the first nonsense book, we would point out that it contains 1 or 2 forms that are interesting, for instance, scrubious, which we take to be a portmanteau word, and speckled, a favorite form of reduplication with Mr. Lear, and of which the best specimen occurs in his last book, He Tinkledy-Binkledy-Winkled the Bell. The second book, published in 1871, shows Mr. Lear in the maturity of sweet dissipience, and will perhaps remain the favorite volume of the 4 to grown-up readers. The nonsense songs are all good, and the story of the 4 little children who went round the world is the most exquisite piece of imaginative absurdity that the present writer is acquainted with. But before coming to that, let us quote a few lines from the Jumblies, who, as all the world knows, went to sea in a sieve. They sailed to the western sea, they did, to a land all covered with trees. And they bought an owl, and a useful cart, and a pound of rice, and a cranberry tart, and a hive of silvery bees. And they bought a pig, and some green jackdaws, and a lovely monkey with lollipop paws, and 40 bottles of ring-bo-ree, and no end of Stilton cheese. Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live. Their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. And in 20 years they all came back, in 20 years or more, and every one said, how tall they've grown. For they've been to the lakes, and the Torreable Zone, and the hills of the Chankly Bore. From the pedestrian excursion of the table and the chair, we cannot resist making a brief quotation, though in this, as in every case, the inability to quote the drawings also is a sad drawback. So they both went slowly down, and walked about the town, with a cheerful bumpy sound, as they toddled round and round. And everybody cried, as they hastened to their side, see, the table and the chair have come out to take the air. But in going down an alley to a castle in a valley, they completely lost their way, and wandered all the day, till, to see them safely back, they paid a duck a quack, and a beetle and a mouse, who took them to their house. Then they whispered to each other, "Oh delightful little brother, what a lovely walk we've taken. Let us dine on beans and bacon." So the ducky and the leetle brownie mousy, and the beetle dined, and danced upon their heads, till they toddled to their beds. The story of the 4 little children who went round the world follows next, and the account of the manner in which they occupied themselves while on shipboard may be transcribed for the benefit of those unfortunate persons who have not perused the original. During the daytime Violet chiefly occupied herself in putting salt water into a churn, while her 3 brothers churned it violently in the hope it would turn into butter, which it seldom if ever did. After journeying for a time, they saw some land at a distance, and when they came to it they found it was an island made of water quite surrounded by earth. Besides that it was bordered by evanescent isthmuses with a great gulf stream running about all over it, so that it was perfectly beautiful, and contained only a single tree, 503 feet high. In a later passage, we read how by and by the children came to a country where there were no houses, but only an incredibly innumerable number of large bottles without corks, and of a dazzling and sweetly susceptible blue color. Each of these blue bottles contained a blue bottlefly, and all these interesting animals live continually together in the most copious and rural harmony, nor perhaps in many parts of the world is such perfect and abject happiness to be found. Our last quotation from this inimitable recital shall be from the description of their adventure on a great plain where they espied an object which on a nearer approach and on an accurately cutaneous inspection, seemed to be somebody in a large white wig sitting on an armchair made of sponge cake and oyster shells. This turned out to be the cooperative cauliflower, who, while the whole party from the boat was gazing at him with mingled affection and disgust, suddenly arose, and in a somewhat plumdomphious manner hurried off towards the setting sun, his steps supported by two superincumbent confidential cucumbers, till he finally disappeared on the brink of the western sky in a crystal cloud of sudorific sand. So remarkable a sight of course impressed the four children very deeply, and they returned immediately to their boat with a strong sense of undeveloped asthma and a great appetite. In his third book, Mr. Lear takes occasion in an entertaining preface to repudiate the charge of harboring any ulterior motive beyond that of nonsense pure and absolute in any of his verses or pictures, and tells a delightful anecdote illustrative of the persistently absurd report that the Earl of Derby was the author of the first book of nonsense. In this volume he reverts once more to the familiar form adopted in his original efforts, and with little falling off. It is to be remarked that the third division is styled 26 nonsense rhymes and pictures, although there is no more rhyme than reason in any of the set. Our favorite illustrations are those of the Scroobius snake who always wore a hat on his head, for fear he should bite anybody, and the visibly vicious vulture who wrote some verses to a veal cutlet in a volume bound in vellum. In the fourth and last of Mr. Lear's books, we meet not only with familiar words, but personages and places old friends like the Jumblies, the Yunghibunghibo, the Quangle Wangle, the hills of the Chankly Bore, and the great Grombolian plain, as well as new creations, such as the Dong with a luminous nose, whose story is a sort of nonsense version of the love of Nausicaa for Ulysses, only that the sexes are inverted. In these verses, graceful fancy is so subtly interwoven with nonsense as almost to beguile us into feeling a real interest in Mr. Lear's absurd creations. So again in the Pelican chorus there are some charming lines: by day we fish, and at eve we stand on long bare islands of yellow sand. And when the sun sinks slowly down, and the great rock walls grow dark and brown, when the purple river rolls fast and dim, and the ivory ibis star-like skim, wing to wing we dance around, etc. The other nonsense poems are all good, but we have no space for further quotation, and will take leave of our subject by propounding the following set of examination questions which a friend who is deeply versed in Mr. Lear's books has drawn up for us. 1. What do you gather from a study of Mr. Lear's works to have been the prevalent characteristics of the inhabitants of Gretna, Prague, Thermopylae, Wick, and Hong Kong? 2. State briefly what historical events are connected with Ischia, Chertsey, Whitehaven, Bulak, and Gelibali. 3. Comment, with illustrations, upon Mr. Lear's use of the following words: runcible, propitious, dolumphius, borisible, fisgigious, himeltaneous, tumbledumdown, spongitaneous. 4. Enumerate accurately all the animals who lived on the Quangle Wangle's hat, and explain how the Quangle Wangle was enabled at once to enlighten his 5 traveling companions as to the true nature of the cooperative cauliflower. 5. What were the names of the 5 daughters of the old person of China, and what was the purpose for which the old man of the Dargle purchased 6 barrels of gargle? 6. Collect notices of King Xerxes in Mr. Lear's works, and state your theory, if you have any, as to the character and appearance of Nupeter Pipkin. 7. Draw pictures of the plum pudding flea, and the mopsican flopsican bear, and state by whom waterproof tubs were first used. 8. There was an old man at a station who made a promiscuous oration. What bearing may we assume the foregoing couplet to have upon Mr. Lear's political views? The London Spectator. A book of nonsense by Edward Lear. With all the original pictures and verses. There was an old dairy down Derry, who loved to see little folks merry, so he made them a book, and with laughter they shook at the fun of that dairy down Derry. 1894 originally published 1846 1894 cover click for larger version. Original dedication Nonsense Pictures and Rhymes Nonsense Rhymes and Pictures 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 There was an old man with a nose, who said, "If you choose to suppose that my nose is too long, you are certainly wrong." That remarkable man with a nose. There was a young person of Smyrna, whose grandmother threatened to burn her, but she seized on the cat, and said, "Granny, burn that, you incongruous old woman of Smyrna." There was an old man on a hill, who seldom, if ever, stood still. He ran up and down in his grandmother's gown, which adorned that old man on a hill. There was an old person of Chile, whose conduct was painful and silly. He sate on the stairs, eating apples and pears, that imprudent old person of Chile. There was an old man with a gong, who bumped at it all the day long, but they called out, "Oh, law! You're a horrid old bore." So they smashed that old man with a gong. There was an old man of Kilkenny, who never had more than a penny. He spent all that money in onions and honey, that wayward old man of Kilkenny. There was an old man of Columbia, who was thirsty, and called out for some beer, but they brought it quite hot, in a small copper pot, which disgusted that man of Columbia. There was an old man in a tree, who was horribly bored by a bee. When they said, "Does it buzz?" he replied, "Yes, it does. It's a regular brute of a bee." There was an old lady of Chertsey, who made a remarkable curtsy. She twirled round and round, till she sank underground, which distressed all the people of Chertsey. There was a young lady whose chin resembled the point of a pin, so she had it made sharp, and purchased a harp, and played several tunes with her chin. There was an old man with a flute. A sarpent ran into his boot, but he played day and night, till the sarpent took flight, and avoided that man with a flute. There was a young lady of Portugal, whose ideas were excessively nautical. She climbed up a tree to examine the sea, but declared she would never leave Portugal. There was an old person of Ischia, whose conduct grew friskier and friskier. He danced hornpipes and jigs, and ate thousands of figs. That lively old person of Ischia. There was an old man of Vienna, who lived upon tincture of senna. When that did not agree, he took chamomile tea. That nasty old man of Vienna. There was an old man in a boat, who said, "I'm afloat. I'm afloat." When they said, "No, you ain't," he was ready to faint. That unhappy old man in a boat. There was an old person of Buda, whose conduct grew ruder and ruder, till at last with a hammer they silenced his clamor, by smashing that person of Buda. There was an old man of Moldavia, who had the most curious behavior, for while he was able, he slept on a table. That funny old man of Moldavia. There was an old person of Hearst, who drank when he was not athirst. When they said, "You'll grow fatter," he answered, "What matter? That globular person of Hearst." There was an old man of Madras, who rode on a cream-colored ass, but the length of its ears so promoted his fears, that it killed that old man of Madras. There was an old person of Dover, who rushed through a field of blue clover, but some very large bees stung his nose and his knees, so he very soon went back to Dover. There was an old person of Leeds, whose head was infested with beads. She sat on a stool and ate gooseberry fool, which agreed with that person of Leeds. There was an old person of Cadiz, who was always polite to all ladies, but in handing his daughter, he fell into the water, which drowned that old person of Cadiz. There was an old man of the Isles, whose face was pervaded with smiles. He sang high dum diddle, and played on the fiddle, that amiable man of the Isles. There was an old person of Basing, whose presence of mind was amazing. He purchased a steed, which he rode at full speed, and escaped from the people of Basing. There was an old man who supposed that the street door was partially closed, but some very large rats ate his coats and his hats, while that feudal old gentleman dozed. There was an old person whose habits induced him to feed upon rabbits. When he'd eaten 18, he turned perfectly green, upon which he relinquished those habits. There was an old man of the West, who wore a pale plum-colored vest. When they said, "Does it fit?" he replied, "Not a bit." That uneasy old man of the West. There was an old man of Marseilles, whose daughters wore bottle green veils. They caught several fish, which they put in a dish, and sent to their pa at Marseilles. There was an old man of the Wrkin, whose shoes made a horrible creaking, but they said, "Tell us whether your shoes are of leather, or of what, you old man of the Wrkin." There was a young lady whose nose was so long that it reached to her toes, so she hired an old lady, whose conduct was steady, to carry that wonderful nose. There was a young lady of Norway, who casually sat in a doorway. When the door squeezed her flat, she exclaimed, "What of that?" This courageous young lady of Norway. There was an old man of Apulia, whose conduct was very peculiar. He fed 20 sons upon nothing but buns, that whimsical man of Apulia. There was an old man of Quebec. A beetle ran over his neck, but he cried, "With a needle I'll slay you, O beetle." That angry old man of Quebec. There was a young lady of Bude, who played on a silver gilt flute. She played several jigs to her uncle's white pigs, that amusing young lady of Bude. There was an old person of Philo, whose conduct was scribious and wily. He rushed up a palm when the weather was calm, and observed all the ruins of Philo. There was an old man with a poker, who painted his face with red ochre. When they said, "Urea guy," he made no reply, but knocked them all down with his poker. There was an old person of Prague, who was suddenly seized with the plague, but they gave him some butter, which caused him to mutter, and cured that old person of Prague. There was an old man of Peru, who watched his wife making a stew, but once, by mistake, in a stove she did bake that unfortunate man of Peru. There was an old man of the north, who fell into a basin of broth, but a laudable cook fished him out with a hook, which saved that old man of the north. There was an old person of Troy, whose drink was warm brandy and soy, which he took with a spoon, by the light of the moon, inside of the city of Troy. There was an old person of Mold, who shrank from sensations of cold, so he purchased some muffs, some furs, and some fluffs, and wrapped himself well from the cold. There was an old person of Traying, who embellished his nose with a ring. He gazed at the moon every evening in June, that ecstatic old person of Traying. There was an old man of Nepal, from his horse had a terrible fall, but, though split quite in two, with some very strong glue they mended that man of Nepal. There was an old man of the Nile, who sharpened his nails with a file, till he cut off his thumbs, and said calmly, "This comes of sharpening one's nails with a file." There was an old man of Abruzzi, so blind that he couldn't his foot see. When they said, "That's your toe," he replied, "Is it so?" That doubtful old man of Abruzzi. There was an old man of Calcutta, who perpetually ate bread and butter, till a great bit of muffin, on which he was stuffing, choked that horrid old man of Calcutta. There was an old person of Rhodes, who strongly objected to toads. He paid several cousins to catch them by dozens, that feudal old person of Rhodes. There was an old man of the south, who had an immoderate mouth, but in swallowing a dish that was quite full of fish, he was choked, that old man of the south. There was an old man of Melrose, who walked on the tips of his toes, but they said, "It ain't pleasant to see you at present, you stupid old man of Melrose." There was an old man of the D, who was sadly annoyed by a flea. When he said, "I will scratch it," they gave him a hatchet, which grieved that old man of the D. There was a young lady of Lucca, whose lovers completely forsook her. She ran up a tree, and said fiddle-de-dee, which embarrassed the people of Lucca. There was an old man of Koblenz, the length of whose legs was immense. He went with one prance from Turkey to France, that surprising old man of Koblenz. There was an old man of Bohemia, whose daughter was christened Euphemia, but one day, to his grief, she married a thief, which grieved that old man of Bohemia. There was an old man of Corfu, who never knew what he should do, so he rushed up and down, till the sun made him brown, that bewildered old man of Corfu. There was an old man of Vesuvius, who studied the works of Vitruvius. When the flames burned his book, to drinking he took, that morbid old man of Vesuvius. There was an old man of Dundee, who frequented the top of a tree. When disturbed by the crows, he abruptly arose, and exclaimed, "I'll return to Dundee." There was an old lady whose folly induced her to sit in a holly, whereon, by a thorn her dress being torn, she quickly became melancholy. There was an old man on some rocks, who shut his wife up in a box. When she said, "Let me out," he exclaimed, "Without doubt you will pass all your life in that box." There was an old person of Rheims, who was troubled with horrible dreams, so to keep him awake they fed him with cake, which amused that old person of Rheims. There was an old man of Leghorn, the smallest that ever was born, but quickly snapped up he was once by a puppy, who devoured that old man of Leghorn. There was an old man in a pew, whose waistcoat was spotted with blue, but he tore it in pieces, to give to his nieces, that cheerful old man in a pew. There was an old man of Jamaica, who suddenly married a Quaker, but she cried out, "Oh, lack! I have married a black," which distressed that old man of Jamaica. There was an old man who said, "How shall I flee from this horrible cow? I will sit on this stile, and continue to smile, which may soften the heart of that cow." There was a young lady of Troy, whom several large flies did annoy. Some she killed with a thump, some she drowned at the pump, and some she took with her to Troy. There was a young lady of Hull, who was chased by a virulent bull, but she seized on a spade, and called out, "Who's afraid?" which distracted that virulent bull. There was an old person of Dutton, whose head was as small as a button, so to make it look big he purchased a wig, and rapidly rushed about Dutton. There was an old man who said, "Hush! I perceive a young bird in this bush." When they said, "Is it small?" he replied, "Not at all, it is 4 times as big as the bush." There was a young lady of Russia, who screamed so that no one could hush her. Her screams were extreme, no one heard such a scream as was screamed by that lady of Russia. There was a young lady of Tyre, who swept the loud chords of a lyre. At the sound of each sweep she enraptured the deep, and enchanted the city of Tyre. There was an old person of Bangor, whose face was distorted with anger, he tore off his boots, and subsisted on roots, that borisable person of Bangor. There was an old man of the East, who gave all his children a feast, but they all ate so much, and their conduct was such, that it killed that old man of the East. There was an old man of the coast, who placidly sat on a post, but when it was cold he relinquished his hold, and called for some hot buttered toast. There was an old man of Kamschatka, who possessed a remarkably fat cur, his gait and his waddle were held as a model to all the fat dogs in Kamschatka. There was an old person of Gretna, who rushed down the crater of Etna. When they said, "Is it hot?" he replied, "No, it's not." That mendacious old person of Gretna. There was an old man with a beard, who sat on a horse when he reared, but they said, "Never mind. You will fall off behind, you propitious old man with a beard." There was an old man of Berlin, whose form was uncommonly thin, till he once, by mistake, was mixed up in a cake, so they baked that old man of Berlin. There was an old man of the West, who never could get any rest, so they set him to spin on his nose and his chin, which cured that old man of the West. There was an old person of Cheadle was put in the stocks by the beadle for stealing some pigs, some coats, and some wigs, that horrible person of Cheadle. There was an old person of Annerley, whose conduct was strange and unmannerly, he rushed down the Strand with a pig in each hand, but returned in the evening to Annerley. There was a young lady of Wales, who caught a large fish without scales. When she lifted her hook, she exclaimed, "Only look!" That ecstatic young lady of Wales. There was a young lady of Welling, whose praise all the world was a-telling, she played on the harp, and caught several carp, that accomplished young lady of Welling. There was an old person of Tartary, who divided his jugular artery, but he screeched to his wife, and she said, "Oh, my life! Your death will be felt by all Tartary." There was an old man of Whitehaven, who danced a quadrille with a raven, but they said, "It's absurd to encourage this bird." So they smashed that old man of Whitehaven. There was a young lady of Sweden, who went by the slow train to Wheaton. When they cried, "Wheaton Station," she made no observation, but thought she should go back to Sweden. There was an old person of Chester, whom several small children did pester, they threw some large stones, which broke most of his bones, and displeased that old person of Chester. There was an old man of the Cape, who possessed a large Barbary ape, till the ape, one dark night, set the house all alight, which burned that old man of the Cape. There was an old person of Burton, whose answers were rather uncertain. When they said, "How d'ye do?" he replied, "Who are you?" That distressing old person of Burton. There was an old person of EMS who casually fell in the Thames, and when he was found, they said he was drowned, that unlucky old person of EMS. There was a young girl of Majorca, whose aunt was a very fast walker, she walked 70 miles, and leaped 15 stiles, which astonished that girl of Majorca. There was a young lady of Poole, whose soup was excessively cool, so she put it to boil by the aid of some oil, that ingenious young lady of Poole. There was an old lady of Prague, whose language was horribly vague. When they said, "Are these caps?" she answered, "Perhaps." That oracular lady of Prague. There was a young lady of Parma, whose conduct grew calmer and calmer. When they said, "Are you dumb?" she merely said, "Hum." That provoking young lady of Parma. There was an old person of Sparta, who had 25 sons and 1 daughter, he fed them on snails, and weighed them in scales, that wonderful person of Sparta. There was an old man on whose nose most birds of the air could repose, but they all flew away at the closing of day, which relieved that old man and his nose. There was a young lady of Turkey, who wept when the weather was murky. When the day turned out fine, she ceased to repine, that capricious young lady of Turkey. There was an old man of Aista who possessed a large cow, but he lost her. But they said, "Don't you see she has run up a tree, you invidious old man of Aista?" There was a young person of Crete, whose toilette was far from complete. She dressed in a sack spickle speckled with black, that omnivorous person of Crete. There was a young lady of Clare, who was madly pursued by a bear. When she found she was tired, she abruptly expired, that unfortunate lady of Clare. There was a young lady of Dorking, who bought a large bonnet for walking, but its color and size so bedazzled her eyes, that she very soon went back to Dorking. There was an old man of Cape Horn, who wished he had never been born, so he sat on a chair till he died of despair, that dolorous man of Cape Horn. There was an old person of Cromer, who stood on one leg to read Homer. When he found he grew stiff, he jumped over the cliff, which concluded that person of Cromer. There was an old man of the Hague, whose ideas were excessively vague. He built a balloon to examine the moon, that deluded old man of the Hague. There was an old person of Spain, who hated all trouble and pain, so he sate on a chair with his feet in the air, that umbrageous old person of Spain. There was an old man who said, "Well, will nobody answer this bell? I have pulled day and night, till my hair has grown white, but nobody answers this bell." There was an old man with an owl, who continued to bother and howl. He sat on a rail, and imbibed bitter ale, which refreshed that old man and his owl. There was an old man in a casement, who held up his hands in amazement. When they said, "Sir, you'll fall," he replied, "Not at all." That incipient old man in a casement. There was an old person of Ewell, who chiefly subsisted on gruel, but to make it more nice, he inserted some mice, which refreshed that old person of Ewell. There was an old man of Peru, who never knew what he should do, so he tore off his hair, and behaved like a bear, that intrinsic old man of Peru. There was an old man with a beard, who said, "It is just as I feared, 2 owls and a hen, 4 larks and a wren, have all built their nests in my beard." There was a young lady whose eyes were unique as to color and size. When she opened them wide, people all turned aside, and started away in surprise. There was a young lady of Ryde, whose shoestrings were seldom untied. She purchased some clogs, and some small spotty dogs, and frequently walked about Ryde. There was a young lady whose bonnet came untied when the birds sate upon it, but she said, "I don't care. All the birds in the air are welcome to sit on my bonnet." Nonsense Songs, Stories, Botany, and Alphabets. By Edward Lear. With 150 illustrations. 1894 originally published 1871 1894 cover. Click for larger version. Nonsense Songs. The owl and the pussy cat, the duck and the kangaroo, the daddy long legs and the fly, the jumblies, the nutcrackers and the sugar tongs, calico pie, Mr. and Mrs. Spicky Sparrow, the broom, the shovel, the poker and the tongs, the table and the chair. Nonsense Stories. The story of the 4 little children who went round the world, the history of the 7 families of the lake, Pipple Popple. Nonsense Cookery, Nonsense Botany, Nonsense Alphabets. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. Nonsense Songs. The owl and the pussy cat, the duck and the kangaroo, the daddy long legs and the fly, the jumblies, the nutcrackers and the sugar tongs, calico pie, Mr. and Mrs. Spicky Sparrow, the broom, the shovel, the poker and the tongs, the table and the chair. The owl and the pussy cat. The owl and the pussy cat went to sea in a beautiful pea-green boat. They took some honey, and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up to the stars above, and sang to a small guitar, "Oh lovely pussy, oh pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, you are, you are. What a beautiful pussy you are." 2 Pussy said to the owl, You elegant fowl, how charmingly sweet you sing. Oh, let us be married, too long we have tarried, but what shall we do for a ring? They sailed away, for a year and a day, to the land where the bong tree grows, and there in a wood a piggy-wig stood, with a ring at the end of his nose, his nose, his nose, with a ring at the end of his nose. 3 Dear pig, are you willing to sell for 1 shilling your ring? Said the piggy, I will. So they took it away, and were married next day by the turkey who lives on the hill. They dined on mince and slices of quince, which they ate with a runcible spoon, and hand in hand, on the edge of the sand, they danced by the light of the moon, the moon, the moon, they danced by the light of the moon. The duck and the kangaroo. I said the duck to the kangaroo, good gracious! How you hop over the fields, and the water too, as if you never would stop. My life is a bore in this nasty pond, and I long to go out in the world beyond. I wish I could hop like you, said the duck to the kangaroo. 2 Please give me a ride on your back, said the duck to the kangaroo. I would sit quite still, and say nothing but quack the whole of the long day through, and we go the d, and the jelly boli, over the land, and over the sea. Please take me a ride. Oh, do, said the duck to the kangaroo. 3 Said the kangaroo to the duck, this requires some little reflection. Perhaps, on the whole, it might bring me luck, and there seems but one objection, which is, if you'll let me speak so bold, your feet are unpleasantly wet and cold, and would probably give me the rheumatize, said the kangaroo. 4 Said the duck, as I sate on the rocks, I have thought over that completely, and I bought 4 pairs of worsted socks, which fit my web feet neatly, and, to keep out the cold, I've bought a cloak, and every day a cigar I'll smoke, all to follow my own dear true love of a kangaroo. V Said the kangaroo, I'm ready, all in the moonlight pale, but to balance me well, dear duck, sit steady, and quite at the end of my tail. So away they went with a hop and a bound, and they hopped the whole world 3 times round. And who so happy, oh! Who, as the duck and the kangaroo? The daddy longlegs and the fly. I once Mr. Daddy Longlegs, dressed in brown and grey, walked about upon the sands upon a summer's day, and there among the pebbles, when the wind was rather cold, he met with Mr. Floppy Fly, all dressed in blue and gold, and, as it was too soon to dine, they drank some periwinkle wine, and played an hour or 2, or more, at battlecock and shuttledorey. 2 Said Mr. Daddy Longlegs to Mr. Floppy Fly, why do you never come to court? I wish you'd tell me why. All gold and shine, in dress so fine, you'd quite delight the court. Why do you never go at all? I really think you ought. And, if you went, you'd see such sights. Such rugs and jugs and candle lights. And, more than all, the king and queen, one in red, and one in green. 3 Oh Mr. Daddy Longlegs, said Mr. Floppy Fly, it's true I never go to court, and I will tell you why. If I had 6 long legs like yours, at once I'd go to court, but, oh, I can't, because my legs are so extremely short. And I'm afraid the king and queen, one in red, and one in green, would say aloud, you are not fit, you fly, to come to court a bit. 4 Oh, Mr. Daddy Longlegs, said Mr. Floppy Fly, I wish you'd sing one little song, one Mumbian melody. You used to sing so awful well in former days gone by, but now you never sing at all. I wish you'd tell me why, for, if you would, the silvery sound would please the shrimps and cockles round, and all the crabs would gladly come to hear you sing, ah, hum-de-hum. V said Mr. Daddy Longlegs, I can never sing again, and, if you wish, I'll tell you why. although it gives me pain. For years I cannot hum a bit, or sing the smallest song, and this the dreadful reason is my legs are grown too long. My 6 long legs, all here and there, oppress my bosom with despair, and, if I stand or lie or sit, I cannot sing one single bit. 6 So Mr. Daddy Longlegs and Mr. Floppy Fly sat down in silence by the sea, and gazed upon the sky. They said, "This is a dreadful thing. The world has all gone wrong, since one has legs too short by half, the other much too long. One never more can go to court, because his legs have grown too short, the other cannot sing a song, because his legs have grown too long." 7 Then Mr. Daddy Longlegs and Mr. Floppy Fly rushed downward to the foamy sea with one spontaneous cry, and there they found a little boat, whose sails were pink and grey, and off they sailed among the waves, far and far away. They sailed across the silent main, and reached the great Grombolian plain, and there they play forevermore at battlecock and shuttledorey. The Jumblies. They went to sea in a sieve, they did, in a sieve they went to sea, in spite of all their friends could say, on a winter's morn, on a stormy day, in a sieve they went to sea. And when the sieve turned round and round, and every one cried, "You'll all be drowned," they called aloud, "Our sieve ain't big, but we don't care a button, we don't care a fig, in a sieve we'll go to sea." Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. 2 They sailed away in a sieve, they did, in a sieve they sailed so fast, with only a beautiful pea-green veil tied with a ribbon, by way of a sail, to a small tobacco pipe mast. And every one said who saw them go, "Oh, won't they be soon upset, you know? For the sky is dark, and the voyage is long, and, happen what may, it's extremely wrong in a sieve to sail so fast." Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. 3 The water it soon came in, it did, the water it soon came in, so, to keep them dry, they wrapped their feet in a pinky paper all folded neat, and they fastened it down with a pin. And they passed the night in a crockery jar, and each of them said, "How wise we are! Though the sky be dark, and the voyage be long, yet we never can think we were rash or wrong, while round in our sieve we spin." Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. 4 And all night long they sailed away, and when the sun went down, they whistled and warbled a moony song to the echoing sound of a coppery gong, in the shade of the mountains brown. O Timbaloo! How happy we are when we live in a sieve and a crockery jar. And all night long, in the moonlight pale, we sail away with a pea-green sail in the shade of the mountains brown. Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. They sailed to the western sea, they did, to a land all covered with trees, and they bought an owl, and a useful cart, and a pound of rice, and a cranberry tart, and a hive of silvery bees, and they bought a pig, and some green jackdaws, and a lovely monkey with lollipop paws, and 40 bottles of ring-bo-ree, and no end of Stilton cheese. Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. 6 And in 20 years they all came back, in 20 years or more, and every one said, "How tall they've grown." For they've been to the lakes, and the Torreable zone, and the hills of the Chankly Bore. And they drank their health, and gave them a feast of dumplings made of beautiful yeast, and every one said, "If we only live, we, too, will go to sea in a sieve, to the hills of the Chankly Bore." Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. The Nutcrackers and the Sugar Tongs. The Nutcrackers sate by a plate on the table, the Sugar Tongs sate by a plate at his side, and the Nutcrackers said, "Don't you wish we were able along the blue hills and green meadows to ride? Must we drag on this stupid existence forever, so idle and weary, so full of remorse, while everyone else takes his pleasure, and never seems happy unless he is riding a horse? Don't you think we could ride without being instructed, without any saddle or bridle or spur? Our legs are so long, and so aptly constructed, I'm sure that an accident could not occur. Let us all of a sudden hop down from the table, and hustle downstairs, and each jump on a horse. Shall we try? Shall we go? Do you think we are able?" The Sugar Tongs answered distinctly, "Of course." So down the long staircase they hopped in a minute, the Sugar Tongs snapped, and the Crackers said crack. The stable was open, the horses were in it, each took out a pony, and jumped on his back. The cat in a fright scrambled out of the doorway, the mice tumbled out of a bundle of hay, the brown and white rats, and the black ones from Norway, screamed out, "They are taking the horses away." For the whole of the household was filled with amazement, the cups and the saucers danced madly about, the plates and the dishes looked out of the casement, the salt cellar stood on his head with a shout, the spoons, with a clatter, looked out of the lattice, the mustard pot climbed up the gooseberry pies, the soup ladle peeped through a heap of veal patties, and squeaked with a ladle-like scream of surprise. The frying pan said, "It's an awful delusion." The tea kettle hissed, and grew black in the face, and they all rushed downstairs in the wildest confusion to see the great Nutcracker Sugar Tong race. And out of the stable, with screamings and laughter, their ponies were cream-colored, speckled with brown, the Nutcrackers first, and the Sugar Tongs after, rode all round the yard, and then all round the town. They rode through the street, and they rode by the station, they galloped away to the beautiful shore, in silence they rode, and made no observation, save this, "We will never go back any more." And still you might hear, till they rode out of hearing, the Sugar Tongs snap, and the Crackers say crack. Till, far in the distance their forms disappearing, they faded away, and they never came back. Calico Pie. Calico Pie, the little birds fly down to the calico tree, their wings were blue, and they sang Tilly-loo. Till away they flew, and they never came back to me. They never came back, they never came back, they never came back to me. To Calico Jam, the little fish swam over the Syllabub Sea. He took off his hat to the sole and the sprat, and the Villebywad, but he never came back to me, he never came back, he never came back, he never came back to me. Calico Ban, the little mice ran to be ready in time for tea, flip-pitty-flop, they drank it all up, and danced in the cup, but they never came back to me, they never came back, they never came back, they never came back to me. Calico Drum, the grasshoppers come, the butterfly, beetle, and bee, over the ground, around and round, with a hop and a bound, but they never came back, they never came back, they never came back. They never came back to me. Mr. and Mrs. Spicky Sparrow. On a little piece of wood Mr. Spicky Sparrow stood, Mrs. Sparrow sate close by, making of an insect pie for her little children 5, in the nest and all alive, singing with a cheerful smile, to amuse them all the while, Twicky wicky wicky wee, wicky bicky twicky tee, spicky bicky bee. To Mrs. Spicky Sparrow said, "Spicky, darling, in my head many thoughts of trouble come, like to flies upon a plum. All last night, among the trees, I heard you cough, I heard you sneeze, and thought it's come to that because he does not wear a hat. Chippy whippy sicky tea, bicky wicky ticky me, spicky chippy wee. 3. Not that you are growing old, but the nights are growing cold. No one stays out all night long without a hat, I'm sure it's wrong. Mr. Spicky said, how kind, dear, you are, to speak your mind. All your life I wish you luck. You are, a lovely duck. Witchy 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 wee, twitchy witchy witchy bee, ticky ticky tee. For I was also sad, and thinking, when one day I saw you winking, and I heard you sniffle snuffle, and I saw your feathers ruffle, to myself I sadly said, she's neuralgia in her head. That dear head has nothing on it. Ought she not to wear a bonnet? Witchy kitchy kitchy wee, spicky wicky mickey bee, chippy whippy chee. Let us both fly up to town, there I'll buy you such a gown. Which, completely in the fashion, you shall tie a sky blue sash on, and a pair of slippers neat to fit your darling little feet, so that you will look and feel quite galubious and genteel. Jicky wicky bicky see, chicky bicky wicky bee, twicky witchy wee. 6. So they both to London went, alighting on the monument, whence they flew down swiftly pop into Moses' wholesale shop. There they bought a hat and bonnet, and a gown with spots upon it, a satin sash of clocksome blue, and a pair of slippers too. Zicky wicky mickey bee, witchy witchy mitchy key, sicky ticky wee. 7. Then, when so completely dressed, back they flew, and reached their nest. Their children cried, "O ma and pa! How truly beautiful you are!" Said they, "We trust that cold or pain we shall never feel again, while, perched on tree or house or steeple, we now shall look like other people." Witchy 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 wee, twicky mickey bicky bee, zicky sicky tee. The broom, the shovel, the poker, and the tongs. The broom and the shovel, the poker, and tongs, they all took a drive in the park, and they each sang a song, ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. Before they went back in the dark, Mr. Poker he sate quite upright in the coach, Mr. Tongs made a clatter and clash, Miss Shovel was dressed all in black, with a brooch, Mrs. Broom was in blue, with a sash. Ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. And they all sang a song. 2. Oh Shovely so lovely, the poker he sang, you have perfectly conquered my heart. Ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. If you're pleased with my song, I will feed you with cold apple tart. When you scrape up the coals with a delicate sound, you enrapture my life with delight, your nose is so shiny, your head is so round, and your shape is so slender and bright. Ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. Ain't you pleased with my song? 3. Alas! Mrs. Broom, sighed the Tongs in his song, oh! Is it because I'm so thin, and my legs are so long ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong, that you don't care about me a pin? Ah! Fairest of creatures, when sweeping the room, ah! Why don't you heed my complaint? Must you needs be so cruel, you beautiful broom, because you are covered with paint? Ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. You are certainly wrong. For Mrs. Broom and Miss Shovel together they sang, "What nonsense you're singing today." Said the shovel, "I'll certainly hit you a bang." Said the broom, "And I'll sweep you away." So the coachman drove homeward as fast as he could, perceiving their anger with pain, but they put on the kettle, and little by little they all became happy again. Ding-a-dong, ding-a-dong. There's an end of my song. The table and the chair. I said the table to the chair, "You can hardly be aware how I suffer from the heat and from chilblains on my feet. If we took a little walk, we might have a little talk, pray let us take the air," said the table to the chair. 2 Said the chair unto the table, Now, you know we are not able, how foolishly you talk, when you know we cannot walk. Said the table with a sigh, It can do no harm to try. I've as many legs as you, why can't we walk on 2? 3 So they both went slowly down, and walked about the town with a cheerful bumpy sound as they toddled round and round, and everybody cried, as they hastened to their side, See! The table and the chair have come out to take the air. 4 But in going down an alley, to a castle in a valley, they completely lost their way, and wandered all the day, till, to see them safely back, they paid a duck a quack, and a beetle, and a mouse, who took them to their house. Then they whispered to each other, O delightful little brother, what a lovely walk we've taken. Let us dine on beans and bacon. So the ducky and the little brownie mousy and the beetle dined, and danced upon their heads till they toddled to their beds. Nonsense stories. The story of the 4 little children who went round the world. The history of the 7 families of the lake Pipple Popple. The story of the 4 little children who went round the world. Once upon a time, a long while ago, there were 4 little people whose names were, and they all thought they should like to see the world. So they bought a large boat to sail quite round the world by sea, and then they were to come back on the other side by land. The boat was painted blue with green spots, and the sail was yellow with red stripes, and, when they set off, they only took a small cat to steer and look after the boat, besides an elderly quangle wangle, who had to cook the dinner and make the tea, for which purposes they took a large kettle. For the first 10 days they sailed on beautifully, and found plenty to eat, as there were lots of fish, and they had only to take them out of the sea with a long spoon, when the quangle wangle instantly cooked them, and the pussy cat was fed with the bones, with which she expressed herself pleased, on the whole, so that all the party were very happy. During the daytime, Violet chiefly occupied herself in putting salt water into a churn, while her 3 brothers churned it violently, in the hope that it would turn into butter, which it seldom if ever did, and in the evening they all retired into the tea kettle, where they all managed to sleep very comfortably, while Pussy and the quangle wangle managed the boat. After a time, they saw some land at a distance, and, when they came to it, they found it was an island made of water quite surrounded by earth. Besides that, it was bordered by evanescent isthmuses, with a great Gulf Stream running about all over it, so that it was perfectly beautiful, and contained only a single tree, 503 feet high. When they had landed, they walked about, but found, to their great surprise, that the island was quite full of veal cutlets and chocolate drops, and nothing else. So they all climbed up the single high tree to discover, if possible, if there were any people, but having remained on the top of the tree for a week, and not seeing anybody, they naturally concluded that there were no inhabitants, and accordingly, when they came down, they loaded the boat with 2,000 veal cutlets and 1,000,000 of chocolate drops, and these afforded them sustenance for more than a month, during which time they pursued their voyage with the utmost delight and apathy. After this they came to a shore where there were no less than 65 great red parrots with blue tails, sitting on a rail all of a row, and all fast asleep. And I am sorry to say that the pussy cat and the quangle wangle crept softly, and bit off the tail feathers of all the 65 parrots, for which Violet reproved them both severely. Notwithstanding which, she proceeded to insert all the feathers 260 in number in her bonnet, thereby causing it to have a lovely and glittering appearance, highly prepossessing and efficacious. The next thing that happened to them was in a narrow part of the sea, which was so entirely full of fishes that the boat could go on no farther, so they remained there about 6 weeks, till they had eaten nearly all the fishes, which were solace, and already cooked, and covered with shrimp sauce, so that there was no trouble whatever. And as the few fishes who remained uneaten complained of the cold, as well as of the difficulty they had in getting any sleep on account of the extreme noise made by the Arctic bears and the tropical turnspits, which frequented the neighborhood in great numbers. Violet most amiably knitted a small woolen frock for several of the fishes, and Slingsby administered some opium drops to them, through which kindness they became quite warm, and slept soundly. Then they came to a country which was wholly covered with immense orange trees of a vast size, and quite full of fruit. So they all landed, taking with them the tea kettle, intending to gather some of the oranges, and place them in it. But, while they were busy about this, a most dreadfully high wind rose, and blew out most of the parrot-tail feathers from Violet's bonnet. That, however, was nothing compared with the calamity of the oranges falling down on their heads by millions and millions, which thumped and bumped and bumped and thumped them all so seriously, that they were obliged to run as hard as they could for their lives, besides that the sound of the oranges rattling on the tea kettle was of the most fearful and amazing nature. Nevertheless, they got safely to the boat, although considerably vexed and hurt, and the Quangle-Wangle's right foot was so knocked about, that he had to sit with his head in his slipper for at least a week. This event made them all for a time rather melancholy, and perhaps they might never have become less so, had not Lionel, with a most praiseworthy devotion and perseverance, continued to stand on one leg, and whistle to them in a loud and lively manner, which diverted the whole party so extremely that they gradually recovered their spirits, and agreed that whenever they should reach home, they would subscribe towards a testimonial to Lionel, entirely made of gingerbread and raspberries, as an earnest token of their sincere and grateful affection. After sailing on calmly for several more days, they came to another country, where they were much pleased and surprised to see a countless multitude of white mice with red eyes, all sitting in a great circle, slowly eating custard pudding with the most satisfactory and polite demeanor. And as the 4 travelers were rather hungry, being tired of eating nothing but solace and oranges for so long a period, they held a council as to the propriety of asking the mice for some of their pudding in a humble and affecting manner, by which they could hardly be otherwise than gratified. It was agreed, therefore, that Guy should go and ask the mice, which he immediately did, and the result was, that they gave a walnut shell only half full of custard diluted with water. Now, this displeased Guy, who said, "Out of such a lot of pudding as you have got, I must say, you might have spared a somewhat larger quantity." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the mice turned round at once, and sneezed at him in an appalling and vindictive manner, and it is impossible to imagine a more scroobious and unpleasant sound than that caused by the simultaneous sneezing of many millions of angry mice, so that Guy rushed back to the boat, having first chid his cap into the middle of the custard pudding, by which means he completely spoiled the mice's dinner. By and by the 4 children came to a country where there were no houses, but only an incredibly innumerable number of large bottles without corks, and of a dazzling and sweetly susceptible blue color. Each of these blue bottles contained a blue bottle fly, and all these interesting animals live continually together in the most copious and rural harmony, nor perhaps in many parts of the world is such perfect and abject happiness to be found. Violet and Slingsby and Guy and Lionel were greatly struck with this singular and instructive settlement, and, having previously asked permission of the blue bottle flies, which was most courteously granted, the boat was drawn up to the shore, and they proceeded to make tea in front of the bottles, but as they had no tea leaves, they merely placed some pebbles in the hot water, and the Quangle-Wangle played some tunes over it on an accordion, by which, of course, tea was made directly, and of the very best quality. The 4 children then entered into conversation with the blue bottle flies, who discoursed in a placid and genteel manner, though with a slightly buzzing accent, chiefly owing to the fact that they each held a small clothes brush between their teeth, which naturally occasioned a fizzy, extraneous utterance. "Why," said Violet, "would you kindly inform us, do you reside in bottles, and, if in bottles at all, why not, rather, in green or purple, or, indeed, in yellow bottles? To which questions a very aged bluebottle fly answered, we found the bottles here all ready to live in, that is to say, our great-great-great-great-great-grandfathers did, so we occupied them at once. And, when the winter comes on, we turn the bottles upside down, and consequently rarely feel the cold at all, and you know very well that this could not be the case with bottles of any other color than blue. Of course it could not, said Slingsby. But, if we may take the liberty of inquiring, on what do you chiefly subsist? Mainly on oyster patties, said the bluebottle fly, and, when these are scarce, on raspberry vinegar and Russian leather boiled down to a jelly. How delicious, said Guy. To which Lionel added, huzz. And all the bluebottle flies said, buzz. At this time, an elderly fly said it was the hour for the evening song to be sung, and, on a signal being given, all the bluebottle flies began to buzz at once in a sumptuous and sonorous manner, the melodious and mucilaginous sounds echoing all over the waters, and resounding across the tumultuous tops of the transitory titmice upon the intervening and verdant mountains with a serene and sickly suavity only known to the truly virtuous. The moon was shining slobaciously from the star-bespangled sky, while her light irrigated the smooth and shiny sides and wings and backs of the bluebottle flies with a peculiar and trivial splendor, while all nature cheerfully responded to the cerulean and conspicuous circumstances. In many long after years, the four little travelers looked back to that evening as one of the happiest in all their lives, and it was already past midnight when the sail of the boat having been set up by the quangle-wangle, the tea-kettle and churn placed in their respective positions, and the pussy-cat stationed at the helm, the children each took a last and affectionate farewell of the bluebottle flies, who walked down in a body to the water's edge to see the travelers embark. As a token of parting respect and esteem, Violet made a courtesy quite down to the ground, and stuck one of her few remaining parrot-tail feathers into the back hair of the most pleasing of the bluebottle flies, while Slingsby, Guy, and Lionel offered them 3 small boxes, containing, respectively, black pins, dried figs, and Epsom salts, and thus they left that happy shore forever. Overcome by their feelings, the 4 little travelers instantly jumped into the tea-kettle, and fell fast asleep. But all along the shore, for many hours, there was distinctly heard a sound of severely suppressed sobs, and of a vague multitude of living creatures using their pocket handkerchiefs in a subdued simultaneous snuffle, lingering sadly along the walloping waves as the boat sailed farther and farther away from the land of the happy bluebottle flies. Nothing particular occurred for some days after these events, except that, as the travelers were passing a low tract of sand, they perceived an unusual and gratifying spectacle, namely, a large number of crabs and crawfish, perhaps 600 or 700, sitting by the waterside, and endeavoring to disentangle a vast heap of pale pink worsted, which they moistened at intervals with a fluid composed of lavender water and white wine negus. "Can we be of any service to you, O crusty crabbies?" said the 4 children. "Thank you kindly," said the crabs consecutively. "We are trying to make some worsted mittens, but do not know how." On which Violet, who was perfectly acquainted with the art of mitten making, said to the crabs, "Do your claws unscrew, or are they fixtures?" "They are all made to unscrew," said the crabs, and forthwith they deposited a great pile of claws close to the boat, with which Violet uncombed all the pale pink worsted, and then made the loveliest mittens with it you can imagine. These the crabs, having resumed and screwed on their claws, placed cheerfully upon their wrists, and walked away rapidly on their hind legs, warbling songs with a silvery voice and in a minor key. After this, the 4 little people sailed on again till they came to a vast and wide plain of astonishing dimensions, on which nothing whatever could be discovered at first, but, as the travelers walked onward, there appeared in the extreme and dim distance a single object, which on a nearer approach, and on an accurately cutaneous inspection, seemed to be somebody in a large white wig, sitting on an armchair made of sponge cakes and oyster shells. "It does not quite look like a human being," said Violet doubtfully, nor could they make out what it really was, till the Quangle Wangle, who had previously been round the world, exclaimed softly in a loud voice, "It is the cooperative cauliflower." And so, in truth, it was, and they soon found that what they had taken for an immense wig was in reality the top of the cauliflower, and that he had no feet at all, being able to walk tolerably well with a fluctuating and graceful movement on a single cabbage stalk, an accomplishment which naturally saved him the expense of stockings and shoes. Presently, while the whole party from the boat was gazing at him with mingled affection and disgust, he suddenly arose, and, in a somewhat plumdomphious manner, hurried off towards the setting sun, his steps supported by two superincumbent confidential cucumbers, and a large number of water wagtails proceeding in advance of him by 3 and 3 in a row, till he finally disappeared on the brink of the western sky in a crystal cloud of sudorific sand. So remarkable a sight, of course, impressed the four children very deeply, and they returned immediately to their boat with a strong sense of undeveloped asthma and a great appetite. Shortly after this, the travelers were obliged to sail directly below some high overhanging rocks, from the top of one of which a particularly odious little boy, dressed in rose-colored knickerbockers, and with a pewter plate upon his head, threw an enormous pumpkin at the boat, by which it was instantly upset. But this upsetting was of no consequence, because all the party knew how to swim very well, and, in fact, they preferred swimming about till after the moon rose, when, the water growing chilly, they spontaneously entered the boat. Meanwhile the Quangle Wangle threw back the pumpkin with immense force, so that it hit the rocks where the malicious little boy in rose-colored knickerbockers was sitting, when, being quite full of lucifer matches, the pumpkin exploded surreptitiously into 1,000 bits, whereon the rocks instantly took fire, and the odious little boy became unpleasantly hotter and hotter and hotter, till his knickerbockers were turned quite green, and his nose was burnt off. 2 or 3 days after this had happened, they came to another place, where they found nothing at all except some wide and deep pits full of mulberry jam. This is the property of the tiny, yellow-nosed apes who abound in these districts, and who store up the mulberry jam for their food in winter, when they mix it with pellucid pale periwinkle soup, and serve it out in Wedgwood china bowls, which grow freely all over that part of the country. Only one of the yellow-nosed apes was on the spot, and he was fast asleep, yet the four travelers and the Quangle Wangle and Pussy were so terrified by the violence and sanguinary sound of his snoring, that they merely took a small cupful of the jam, and returned to re-embark in their boat without delay. What was their horror on seeing the boat, including the churn and the tea kettle, in the mouth of an enormous sea spitter, an aquatic and ferocious creature truly dreadful to behold, and, happily, only met with in those excessive longitudes. In a moment, the beautiful boat was bitten into 55,000 million hundred billion bits, and it instantly became quite clear that Violet, Slingsby, Guy, and Lionel could no longer preliminate their voyage by sea. The four travelers were therefore obliged to resolve on pursuing their wanderings by land, and, very fortunately, there happened to pass by at that moment an elderly rhinoceros, on which they seized, and, all four mounting on his back, the Quangle Wangle sitting on his horn, and holding on by his ears, and the pussy cat swinging at the end of his tail, they set off, having only 4 small beans and 3 pounds of mashed potatoes to last through their whole journey. They were, however, able to catch numbers of the chickens and turkeys and other birds who incessantly alighted on the head of the rhinoceros for the purpose of gathering the seeds of the rhododendron plants which grew there, and these creatures they cooked in the most translucent and satisfactory manner by means of a fire lighted on the end of the rhinoceros's back. A crowd of kangaroos and gigantic cranes accompanied them, from feelings of curiosity and complacency, so that they were never at a loss for company, and went onward, as it were, in a sort of profuse and triumphant procession. Thus in less than 18 weeks they all arrived safely at home, where they were received by their admiring relatives with joy tempered with contempt, and where they finally resolved to carry out the rest of their traveling plans at some more favorable opportunity. As for the rhinoceros, in token of their grateful adherence, they had him killed and stuffed directly, and then set him up outside the door of their father's house as a diaphanous door scraper. The History of the 7 Families of the Lake Pipple Popple. Chapter I Introductory. In former days, that is to say, once upon a time, there lived in the land of Gramble Blamble 7 families. They lived by the side of the great Lake Pipple Popple. One of the 7 families, indeed, lived in the lake, and on the outskirts of the city of Tosh, which, excepting when it was quite dark, they could see plainly. The names of all these places you have probably heard of, and you have only not to look in your geography books to find out all about them. Now, the 7 families who lived on the borders of the great Lake Pipple Popple were as follows in the next chapter. Chapter 2. The 7 Families. There was a family of 2 old parrots and 7 young parrots. There was a family of 2 old storks and 7 young storks. There was a family of 2 old geese and 7 young geese. There was a family of 2 old owls and 7 young owls. There was a family of 2 old guinea pigs and 7 young guinea pigs. There was a family of 2 old cats and 7 young cats. And there was a family of 2 old fishes and 7 young fishes. Chapter 3. The Habits of the 7 Families. The parrots lived upon the soft sky trees, which were beautiful to behold, and covered with blue leaves, and they fed upon fruit, artichokes, and striped beetles. The storks walked in and out of the Lake Pipple Popple, and ate frogs for breakfast, and buttered toast for tea, but on account of the extreme length of their legs they could not sit down, and so they walked about continually. The geese, having webs to their feet, caught quantities of flies, which they ate for dinner. The owls anxiously looked after mice, which they caught, and made into sago puddings. The guinea pigs toddled about the gardens, and ate lettuces and Cheshire cheese. The cats sate still in the sunshine, and fed upon sponge biscuits. The fishes lived in the lake, and fed chiefly on boiled periwinkles. And all these 7 families lived together in the utmost fun and felicity. Chapter 4. The children of the 7 families are sent away. One day all the 7 fathers and the 7 mothers of the 7 families agreed that they would send their children out to see the world. So they called them all together, and gave them each 8 shillings and some good advice, some chocolate drops, and a small green morocco pocket-book to set down their expenses in. They then particularly entreated them not to quarrel, and all the parents sent off their children with a parting injunction. If, said the old parrots, you find a cherry, do not fight about who should have it. And, said the old storks, if you find a frog, divide it carefully into 7 bits, but on no account quarrel about it. And the old geese said to the 7 young geese, whatever you do, be sure you do not touch a plum pudding flea. And the old owls said, if you find a mouse, tear him up into 7 slices, and eat him cheerfully, but without quarreling. And the old guinea pigs said, have a care that you eat your lettuces, should you find any, not greedily, but calmly. And the old cats said, be particularly careful not to meddle with the clongle-wangle if you should see one. And the old fishes said, above all things, avoid eating a blue bosswos, for they do not agree with fishes, and give them a pain in their toes. So all the children of each family thanked their parents, and, making in all 49 polite bows, they went into the wide world. Chapter V. The History of the 7 Young Parrots. The 7 young parrots had not gone far, when they saw a tree with a single cherry on it, which the oldest parrot picked instantly, but the other 6, being extremely hungry, tried to get it also. On which all the 7 began to fight, and they scuffled, and huffled, and ruffled, and shuffled, and puffled, and muffled, and buffled, and duffled, and fluffled, and guffled, and bruffled, and screamed, and shrieked, and squealed, and squeaked, and clawed, and snapped, and bit, and bumped, and thumped, and dumped, and flumped each other, till they were all torn into little bits, and at last there was nothing left to record this painful incident except the cherry and 7 small green feathers. And that was the vicious and voluble end of the 7 young parrots. Chapter 6. The History of the 7 Young Storks. When the 7 young storks set out, they walked or flew for 14 weeks in a straight line, and for 6 weeks more in a crooked one, and after that they ran as hard as they could for 108 miles, and after that they stood still, and made a simultaneous chatter-clatter-blattery noise with their bills. About the same time they perceived a large frog, spotted with green, and with a sky-blue stripe under each ear. So, being hungry, they immediately flew at him, and were going to divide him into 7 pieces, when they began to quarrel as to which of his legs should be taken off first. One said this, and another said that, and while they were all quarreling, the frog hopped away. And when they saw that he was gone, they began to chatter-clatter, blatter-platter, patter-blatter, matter-clatter, flatter-quatter, more violently than ever, and after they had fought for a week, they pecked each other all to little pieces, so that at last nothing was left of any of them except their bills. And that was the end of the 7 young storks. Chapter 7. The History of the 7 Young Geese. When the 7 young geese began to travel, they went over a large plain, on which there was but one tree, and that was a very bad one. So 4 of them went up to the top of it, and looked about them, while the other 3 waddled up and down, and repeated poetry, and their last 6 lessons in arithmetic, geography, and cookery. Presently they perceived, a long way off, an object of the most interesting and obese appearance, having a perfectly round body exactly resembling a boiled plum pudding, with 2 little wings, and a beak, and 3 feathers growing out of his head, and only 1 leg. So, after a time, all the 7 young geese said to each other, beyond all doubt this beast must be a plum-pudding flea. On which they incautiously began to sing aloud, plum-pudding flea, wherever you be, oh. Come to our tree, and listen, oh. Listen, oh. Listen to me. And no sooner had they sung this verse than the plum-pudding flea began to hop and skip on his one leg with the most dreadful velocity, and came straight to the tree, where he stopped, and looked about him in a vacant and voluminous manner. On which the 7 young geese were greatly alarmed, and all of a tremble-bimble, so one of them put out his long neck, and just touched him with the tip of his bill, but no sooner had he done this than the plum-pudding flea skipped and hopped about more, and higher, after which he opened his mouth, and, to the great surprise and indignation of the 7 geese, began to bark so loudly and furiously and terribly, that they were totally unable to bear the noise, and by degrees, every one of them suddenly tumbled down quite dead. So that was the end of the 7 young geese. Chapter 8. The History of the 7 Young Owls. When the 7 young owls set out, they sate every now and then on the branches of old trees, and never went far at one time. And one night, when it was quite dark, they thought they heard a mouse, but, as the gas lamps were not lighted, they could not see him. So they called out, "Is that a mouse?" On which a mouse answered, "Squeaky peeky weeky. Yes, it is." And immediately all the young owls threw themselves off the tree, meaning to alight on the ground, but they did not perceive that there was a large well below them, into which they all fell superficially, and were every one of them drowned in less than half a minute. So that was the end of the 7 young owls. Chapter 9. The history of the 7 young guinea pigs. The 7 young guinea pigs went into a garden full of gooseberry bushes and tigri trees, under one of which they fell asleep. When they awoke, they saw a large lettuce, which had grown out of the ground while they had been sleeping, and which had an immense number of green leaves. At which they all exclaimed, "Lettuce! O let us, let us, O let us, O lettuce leaves, O let us leave this tree, and eat lettuce, O let us, lettuce leaves." And instantly the 7 young guinea pigs rushed with such extreme force against the lettuce plant, and hit their heads so vividly against its stalk, that the concussion brought on directly an incipient transitional inflammation of their noses, which grew worse and worse and worse and worse, till it incidentally killed them all 7. And that was the end of the 7 young guinea pigs. Chapter X. The history of the 7 young cats. The 7 young cats set off on their travels with great delight and rapacity. But, on coming to the top of a high hill, they perceived at a long distance off a clongelwangle, or, as it is more properly written, clangelwangle, and, in spite of the warning they had had, they ran straight up to it. Now, the clongelwangle is a most dangerous and elusive beast, and by no means commonly to be met with. They live in the water as well as on land, using their long tail as a sail when in the former element. Their speed is extreme, but their habits of life are domestic and superfluous, and their general demeanor pensive and pellucid. On summer evenings, they may sometimes be observed near the lake Pipple Popple, standing on their heads, and humming their national melodies. They subsist entirely on vegetables, excepting when they eat veal or mutton or pork or beef or fish or salt petre. The moment the clongelwangle saw the 7 young cats approach, he ran away, and as he ran straight on for 4 months, and the cats, though they continued to run, could never overtake him, they all gradually died of fatigue and exhaustion, and never afterwards recovered. And this was the end of the 7 young cats. Chapter 11. The history of the 7 young fishes. The 7 young fishes swam across the lake Pipple Popple, and into the river, and into the ocean, where, most unhappily for them, they saw, on the 15th day of their travels, a bright blue boswose, and instantly swam after him. But the blue boswose plunged into a perpendicular, spicular, orbicular, quadrangular, circular depth of soft mud, where, in fact, his house was. And the 7 young fishes, swimming with great and uncomfortable velocity, plunged also into the mud quite against their will, and, not being accustomed to it, were all suffocated in a very short period. And that was the end of the 7 young fishes. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Of what occurred subsequently. After it was known that the 7 young parrots, and the 7 young storks, and the 7 young geese, and the 7 young owls, and the 7 young guinea pigs, and the 7 young cats, and the 7 young fishes, were all dead, then the frog, and the plum-pudding flea, and the mouse, and the clongelwangle, and the blue boswose, all met together to rejoice over their good fortune. And they collected the 7 feathers of the 7 young parrots, and the 7 bills of the 7 young storks, and the lettuce, and the cherry, and having placed the latter on the lettuce, and the other objects in a circular arrangement at their base, they danced a hornpipe round all these memorials until they were quite tired, after which they gave a tea party, and a garden party, and a ball, and a concert, and then return to their respective homes full of joy and respect, sympathy, satisfaction, and disgust. Chapter 13. Of what became of the parents of the 49 children. But when the 2 old parrots, and the 2 old storks, and the 2 old geese, and the 2 old owls, and the 2 old guinea pigs, and the 2 old cats, and the 2 old fishes, became aware, by reading in the newspapers, of the calamitous extinction of the whole of their families, they refused all further sustenance, and, sending out to various shops, they purchased great quantities of cayenne pepper and brandy and vinegar and blue sealing wax, besides 7 immense glass bottles with airtight stoppers. And, having done this, they ate a light supper of brown bread and Jerusalem artichokes, and took an affecting and formal leave of the whole of their acquaintance, which was very numerous and distinguished and select and responsible and ridiculous. Chapter 14. Conclusion. And after this they filled the bottles with the ingredients for pickling, and each couple jumped into a separate bottle, by which effort, of course, they all died immediately, and became thoroughly pickled in a few minutes, having previously made their wills, by the assistance of the most eminent lawyers of the district, in which they left strict orders that the stoppers of the 7 bottles should be carefully sealed up with the blue sealing wax they had purchased, and that they themselves, in the bottles, should be presented to the principal museum of the city of Tosh, to be labeled with parchment or any other anti-congenial succedaneum, and to be placed on a marble table with silver gilt legs, for the daily inspection and contemplation, and for the perpetual benefit, of the pusillanimous public. And if you ever happen to go to Gramble Blamble, and visit that museum in the city of Tosh, look for them on the 98th table in the 427th room of the right-hand corridor of the left wing of the central quadrangle of that magnificent building, for, if you do not, you certainly will not see them. Nonsense cookery. Amblongus pie crumboblius cutlets goski patties. Extract from the Nonsense Gazette, for August, 1870. Our readers will be interested in the following communications from our valued and learned contributor, Professor Bosch, whose labors in the fields of culinary and botanical science are so well known to all the world. The first 3 articles richly merit to be added to the domestic cookery of every family. Those which follow claim the attention of all botanists, and we are happy to be able, through Dr. Bosch's kindness, to present our readers with illustrations of his discoveries. All the new flowers are found in the valley of Veriquay, near the lake of Oddgrow, and on the summit of the hill or fell Tug. 3 receipts for domestic cookery. To make an amblongus pie. Take 4 pounds, say 4 1/2 pounds, of fresh amblonguses, and put them in a small pipkin. Cover them with water, and boil them for 8 hours incessantly, after which add 2 pints of new milk, and proceed to boil for 4 hours more. When you have ascertained that the amblonguses are quite soft, take them out, and place them in a wide pan, taking care to shake them well previously. Grate some nutmeg over the surface, and cover them carefully with powdered gingerbread, curry powder, and a sufficient quantity of cayenne pepper. Remove the pan into the next room, and place it on the floor. Bring it back again, and let it simmer for 3/4 of an hour. Shake the pan violently till all the amblonguses have become of a pale purple color. Then, having prepared the paste, insert the whole carefully, adding at the same time a small pigeon, 2 slices of beef, 4 cauliflowers, and any number of oysters. Watch patiently till the crust begins to rise, and add a pinch of salt from time to time. Serve up in a clean dish, and throw the whole out of window as fast as possible. To make crumboblius cutlets. Procure some strips of beef, and, having cut them into the smallest possible slices, proceed to cut them still smaller 8, or perhaps 9 times. When the whole is thus minced, brush it up hastily with a new clothes brush, and stir round rapidly and capriciously with a salt spoon or a soup ladle. Place the whole in a saucepan, and remove it to a sunny place, say the roof of the house, if free from sparrows or other birds, and leave it there for about a week. At the end of that time add a little lavender, some oil of almonds, and a few herring bones, and then cover the whole with 4 gallons of clarified crumb boblaise sauce, when it will be ready for use. Cut it into the shape of ordinary cutlets, and serve up in a clean tablecloth or dinner napkin. To make gosky patties. Take a pig 3 or 4 years of age, and tie him by the off hind leg to a post. Place 5 pounds of currants, 3 of sugar, 2 pecks of peas, 18 roast chestnuts, a candle, and 6 bushels of turnips, within his reach. If he eats these, constantly provide him with more. Then procure some cream, some slices of Cheshire cheese, 4 quires of foolscap paper, and a packet of black pins. Work the whole into a paste, and spread it out to dry on a sheet of clean brown waterproof linen. When the paste is perfectly dry, but not before, proceed to beat the pig violently with the handle of a large broom. If he squeals, beat him again. Visit the paste and beat the pig alternately for some days, and ascertain if, at the end of that period, the whole is about to turn into gosky patties. If it does not, then it never will, and in that case the pig may be let loose, and the whole process may be considered as finished. Nonsense botany. Bacopipia gracilis Botulephorchia spunifolia cockatuca superba Fiscia marina Gitteropenziles Menipiplia upsidownia fat fascia stupenda Piguagia pyramidalis plumbunia nutriciosa polybertia singularis Bacopipia gracilis. Botulephorchia spunifolia. Cockatuca superba. Fiscia marina. Gitteropenziles. Menipiplia upsidownia. Fat fascia stupenda. Piguagia pyramidalis. Plumbunia nutriciosa. Polybertia singularis. Nonsense alphabets. Number 1, number 2, number 3 A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z A was an ant who seldom stood still, and who made a nice house in the side of a hill. A nice little ant. BB was a book with a binding of blue, and pictures and stories for me and for you. B nice little book. CC was a cat who ran after a rat, but his courage did fail when she seized on his tail. C crafty old cat. DD was a duck with spots on his back, who lived in the water, and always said quack, D dear little duck. EE was an elephant, stately and wise. He had tusks and a trunk, and 2 queer little eyes. EO, what funny small eyes. FF was a fish who was caught in a net, but he got out again, and is quite alive yet. F lively young fish. GG was a goat who was spotted with brown. When he did not lie still he walked up and down. G good little goat. HH was a hat which was all on one side. Its crown was too high, and its brim was too wide. HO, what a hat! I was some ice so white and so nice, but which nobody tasted, and so it was wasted. I all that good ice. JJ was a jackdaw who hopped up and down in the principal street of a neighboring town. J all through the town. KK was a kite which flew out of sight, above houses so high, quite into the sky. K fly away, kite. LL was a light which burned all the night, and lighted the gloom of a very dark room. L useful nice light. MM was a mill which stood on a hill, and turned round and round with a loud hummy sound. M useful old mill. NN was a net which was thrown in the sea to catch fish for dinner for you and for me. N nice little net. OO was an orange so yellow and round, when it fell off the tree, it fell down to the ground. Oh down to the ground. PP was a pig, who was not very big, but his tail was too curly, and that made him surly. P cross little pig. QQ was a quail with a very short tail, and he fed upon corn in the evening and morn. Q quaint little quail. RR was a rabbit, who had a bad habit of eating the flowers in gardens and bowers. R naughty fat rabbit. SS was the sugar tongs, nipotine, to take up the sugar to put in our tea. S nipotine. TT was a tortoise, all yellow and black, he walked slowly away, and he never came back. T torty never came back. UU was an urn all polished and bright, and full of hot water at noon and at night. Useful old urn. VV was a villa which stood on a hill, by the side of a river, and close to a mill. V nice little villa. WW was a whale with a very long tail, whose movements were frantic across the Atlantic. W monstrous old whale. XX was King Xerxes, who, more than all Turks, is renowned for his fashion of fury and passion. X angry old Xerxes. YY was a yew, which flourished and grew by a quiet abode near the side of a road. Y dark little yew. ZZ was some zinc, so shiny and bright, which caused you to wink in the sun's merry light. Z beautiful zinc. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z A was once an apple pie, pity, whitey, tidy, pity, nice insidey, apple pie. BBB was once a little bear, beery, wary, hairy, beery, takey carey, little bear. CCC was once a little cake, cakey, bakey, makey, cakey, takey cakey, little cake. DDD was once a little doll, dolly, molly, polly, nolly, nursey dolly, little doll. EEE was once a little eel, eely, wheely, peely, eely, twirly, tweely, little eel. FFF was once a little fish, fishy, wishy, squishy, fishy, in a dishy, little fish. GGG was once a little goose, goosey, moosey, boozy, goosey, waddly woozy, little goose. HHH was once a little hen, henny, chenny, tenny, henny. Eggsy little hen? I was once a bottle of ink inky, dinky, thinky, inky, blackim inky, bottle of ink. JJJ was once a jar of jam, jammy, mammy, clammy, jammy, sweetie, swammy, jar of jam. KKK was once a little kite, kitty, whitey, flighty, kitty, out of sighty, little kite. LLL was once a little lark, larky, marky, harky, larky, in the parky, little lark. MMM was once a little mouse, mousy, bousy, sousy, mousy, in the housey, little mouse. NNN was once a little needle, needly, tweedly, threedly, needly, whiskey, weedly, little needle. OOO was once a little owl, owly, prowly, howly, owly, browny fowly, little owl. PPP was once a little pump, pumpy, slumpy, flumpy, pumpy, dumpy, thumpy, little pump. QQQ was once a little quail, keely, faily, daily, keely, stumpy taily, little quail. RRR was once a little rose, rosy, posy, nosy, rosy, blows y, grows y, little rose. SSS was once a little shrimp, shrimpy, nimpy, flimpy, shrimpy. Jumpy, jimpy, little shrimp. TTT was once a little thrush, thrushy, hushy, bushy, thrushy, flitty, flushy, little thrush. UUU was once a little urn, Ernie, Bernie, Turney, Ernie, Bubbly, Bernie, little urn. VVV was once a little vine, Viney, Whiny, Twiny, Viney, Twisty Twiny, little vine. WWW was once a whale, Wally, Scaly, Shaly, Wally, Tumbly Taily, mighty whale. XXX was once a great king Xerxes, Xerxy, Perksy, Turksy, Xerxy, Lynxy, Lurksy, great king Xerxes. YYY was once a little U, Yudi, Feudy, Crudy, Yudi, Grody, Grudy, little U. ZZZ was once a piece of zinc, Tinky, Winky, Blinky, Tinky, Tinkly Minky, piece of zinc. ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUVWXYZAA was an ape, who stole some white tape, and tied up his toes in 4 beautiful bows. A funny old ape. BB was a bat, who slept all the day, and fluttered about when the sun went away. B brown little bat. CC was a camel, you rode on his hump, and if you fell off, you came down such a bump. C what a high camel. DD was a dove, who lived in a wood, with such pretty soft wings, and so gentle and good. D dear little dove. EE was an eagle, who sat on the rocks, and looked down on the fields and the faraway flocks. E beautiful eagle. FF was a fan made of beautiful stuff, and when it was used, it went puffy puff puff. F nice little fan. GG was a gooseberry, perfectly red, to be made into jam, and eaten with bread. G gooseberry red. HH was a heron, who stood in a stream, the length of his neck and his legs was extreme. H long-legged heron. I was an inkstand, which stood on a table, with a nice pen to write with when we are able. I neat little inkstand. JJ was a jug, so pretty and white, with fresh water in it at morning and night. J nice little jug. KK was a kingfisher, quickly he flew, so bright and so pretty, green, purple, and blue. K kingfisher, blue. LL was a lily, so white and so sweet. To see it and smell it was quite a nice treat. L beautiful lily. MM was a man, who walked round and round, and he wore a long coat that came down to the ground. M funny old man. NN was a nut so smooth and so brown. And when it was ripe, it fell tumble-dum down. N nice little nut. OO was an oyster, who lived in his shell, if you let him alone, he felt perfectly well. O open-mouthed oyster. PP was a polly, all red, blue, and green, the most beautiful polly that ever was seen. P poor little polly. QQ was a quill made into a pen, but I do not know where, and I cannot say when. Q nice little quill. RR was a rattlesnake, rolled up so tight, those who saw him ran quickly, for fear he should bite. R rattlesnake bite. SS was a screw to screw down a box, and then it was fastened without any locks. S valuable screw. TT was a thimble, of silver so bright. When placed on the finger, it fitted so tight. T nice little thimble. UU was an uppercoat, woolly and warm, to wear over all in the snow or the storm. U what a nice uppercoat. VV was a veil with a border upon it, and a ribbon to tie it all round a pink bonnet. V pretty green veil. WW was a watch, where, in letters of gold, the hour of the day you might always behold. W. Beautiful watch. XX was King Xerxes, who wore on his head a mighty large turban, green, yellow, and red. X. Look at King Xerxes. YY was a yak, from the land of Thibet, except his white tail, he was all black as jet. Y. Look at the yak. ZZ was a zebra, all striped white and black, and if he were tame, you might ride on his back. Z. Pretty striped zebra. More nonsense pictures, rhymes, botany, etc. By Edward Lear. 1894 originally published 1872 1894 cover click for larger version. Introduction Nonsense Botany 100 Nonsense Pictures and Rhymes 26 Nonsense Rhymes and Pictures Introduction. In offering this little book, the third of its kind, to the public, I am glad to take the opportunity of recording the pleasure I have received at the appreciation its predecessors have met with, as attested by their wide circulation, and by the universally kind notices of them from the press. To have been the means of administering innocent mirth to thousands, may surely be a just motive for satisfaction, and an excuse for grateful expression. At the same time, I am desirous of adding a few words as to the history of the two previously published volumes, and more particularly of the first or original book of nonsense, relating to which many absurd reports have crept into circulation, such as that it was the composition of the late Lord Brougham, the late Earl of Derby, etc., that the rhymes and pictures are by different persons, or that the whole have a symbolical meaning, etc., whereas, every one of the rhymes was composed by myself, and every one of the illustrations drawn by my own hand at the time the verses were made. Moreover, in no portion of these nonsense drawings have I ever allowed any caricature of private or public persons to appear, and throughout, more care than might be supposed has been given to make the subjects incapable of misinterpretation, nonsense, pure and absolute, having been my aim throughout. As for the persistently absurd report of the late Earl of Derby being the author of the first book of nonsense, I may relate an incident which occurred to me 4 summers ago, the first that gave me any insight into the origin of the rumor. I was on my way from London to Guildford, in a railway carriage, containing, besides myself, 1 passenger, an elderly gentleman. Presently, however, 2 ladies entered, accompanied by 2 little boys. These, who had just had a copy of the book of nonsense given them, were loud in their delight, and by degrees infected the whole party with their mirth. "How grateful," said the old gentleman to the 2 ladies, "all children, and parents too, ought to be to the statesman who has given his time to composing that charming book." The ladies looked puzzled, as indeed was I, the author. "Do you not know who is the writer of it?" asked the gentleman. "The name is Edward Lear," said one of the ladies. "Ah," said the first speaker, "so it is printed, but that is only a whim of the real author, the Earl of Derby. Edward is his Christian name, and, as you may see, Lear is only Earl transposed." "But," said the lady, doubtingly, "here is a dedication to the great-grandchildren, grandnephews and grandnieces of Edward, 13th Earl of Derby, by the author, Edward Lear." "That," replied the other, "is simply a piece of mystification. I am in a position to know that the whole book was composed and illustrated by Lord Derby himself. In fact, there is no such a person at all as Edward Lear." "Yet," said the other lady, "some friends of mine tell me they know Mr. Lear." "Quite a mistake." "Completely a mistake," said the old gentleman, becoming rather angry at the contradiction. "I am well aware of what I am saying. I can inform you, no such a person as Edward Lear exists." Hitherto I had kept silence, but as my hat was, as well as my handkerchief and stick, largely marked inside with my name, and as I happened to have in my pocket several letters addressed to me, the temptation was too great to resist, so, flashing all these articles at once on my would-be extinguisher's attention, I speedily reduced him to silence. The second volume of nonsense, commencing with the verses, "The Owl and the Pussy Cat," was written at different times, and for different sets of children, the whole being collected in the course of last year, were then illustrated, and published in a single volume, by Mr. R. J. Bush, of 32 Charing Cross. The contents of the third or present volume were made also at different intervals in the last 2 years. Long years ago, in days when much of my time was passed in a country house, where children and mirth abounded, the lines beginning, "There was an old man of Tobago," were suggested to me by a valued friend, as a form of verse lending itself to limitless variety for rhymes and pictures, and thenceforth the greater part of the original drawings and verses for the first book of nonsense were struck off with a pen, no assistance ever having been given me in any way but that of uproarious delight and welcome at the appearance of every new absurdity. Most of these drawings and rhymes were transferred to lithographic stones in the year 1846, and were then first published by Mr. Thomas Maclean, of the Haymarket. But that edition having been soon exhausted, and the call for the book of nonsense continuing, I added a considerable number of subjects to those previously published, and having caused the whole to be carefully reproduced in woodcuts by Messrs. Dalzell, I disposed of the copyright to Messrs. Routledge and Warne, by whom the volume was published in 1843. Edward Lear. Villa Emily, San Remo, August, 1871. Nonsense Botany. Barkia howlalaudia incupia chickabidea jinglia tinctalia nasticrichia crolupia arthbromia rigida soft sluggia glutinosa minspizia deliciosa shibutia utilis stunia dinnerbelia tichia orologica washtubia circularis tiger lilia terribilis barkia howlalaudia. Incupia chickabidea. Jinglia tinctalia. Nasticrichia crolupia. Arthbromia rigida. Soft sluggia glutinosa. Minspizia deliciosa. Shibutia utilis. Stunia dinnerbelia. Tichia orologica. Washtubia circularis. Tiger lilia terribilis. 100 Nonsense Pictures and Rhymes. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 There was a young person of Bantry, who frequently slept in the pantry. When disturbed by the mice, she appeased them with rice, that judicious young person of Bantry. There was an old man at a junction, whose feelings were wrung with compunction when they said, "The train's gone," he exclaimed, "how forlorn!" but remained on the rails of the junction. There was an old person of Minity, who purchased 590 large apples and pears, which he threw unawares at the heads of the people of Minity. There was an old man of Thermopylae, who never did anything properly, but they said, "If you choose to boil eggs in your shoes, you shall never remain in Thermopylae." There was an old person of Deal, who in walking used only his heel, When they said, "Tell us why," he made no reply, that mysterious old person of Deal. There was an old man on the Humber, who dined on a cake of burnt umber. When he said, "It's enough," they only said, "Stuff." You amazing old man on the Humber. There was an old man in a barge, whose nose was exceedingly large, but in fishing by night, it supported a light, which helped that old man in a barge. There was an old man of Dunrose, a parrot seized hold of his nose. When he grew melancholy, they said, "His name's Polly," which soothed that old man of Dunrose. There was an old man of Toulouse who purchased a new pair of shoes. When they asked, "Are they pleasant?" he said, "Not at present." That turbid old man of Toulouse. There was an old person of Brie, who frequented the depths of the sea. She nursed the small fishes, and washed all the dishes, and swam back again into Brie. There was an old person of Bromley, whose ways were not cheerful or comely. He sate in the dust, eating spiders and crust, that unpleasing old person of Bromley. There was an old person of Shields, who frequented the valleys and fields. All the mice and the cats, and the snakes and the rats, followed after that person of Shields. There was an old man of Dunluce, who went out to sea on a goose. When he'd gone out a mile, he observed with a smile, "It is time to return to Dunluce." There was an old man of Deeside whose hat was exceedingly wide, but he said, "Do not fail, if it happen to hail, to come under my hat at Deeside." There was an old person in black, a grasshopper jumped on his back. When it chirped in his ear, he was smitten with fear, that helpless old person in black. There was an old man of the Dargle who purchased 6 barrels of gargle, for he said, "I'll sit still, and will roll them downhill, for the fish in the depths of the Dargle." There was an old person of Pinner, as thin as a lath, if not thinner. They dressed him in white, and rolled him up tight, that elastic old person of Pinner. There was an old person of China, whose daughters were Gisca and Dinah, Amelia and Fluffy, Olivia and Chuffy, and all of them settled in China. There was an old man in a marsh, whose manners were feudal and harsh. He sate on a log, and sang songs to a frog, that instructive old man in a marsh. There was an old person of Brill, who purchased a shirt with a frill, but they said, "Don't you wish, you mayn't look like a fish, you obsequious old person of Brill." There was an old person of Wick, who said, "Tick-a-tick, tick-a-tick, chick-a-bee, chick-a-baw." And he said nothing more, that laconic old person of Wick. There was an old man at a station, who made a promiscuous oration, but they said, "Take some snuff, you have talked quite enough, you afflicting old man at a station." There was an old man of 3 bridges, whose mind was distracted by midges. He sate on a wheel, eating underdone veal, which relieved that old man of 3 bridges. There was an old man of Hong Kong, who never did anything wrong. He lay on his back, with his head in a sack, that innocuous old man of Hong Kong. There was a young person in green, who seldom was fit to be seen. She wore a long shawl, over bonnet and all, which enveloped that person in green. There was an old person of Fife, who was greatly disgusted with life. They sang him a ballad, and fed him on salad, which cured that old person of Fife. There was an old man who screamed out whenever they knocked him about, so they took off his boots, and fed him with fruits, and continued to knock him about. There was a young lady in white, who looked out at the depths of the night, but the birds of the air filled her heart with despair, and oppressed that young lady in white. There was an old person of Slough, who danced at the end of a bough, but they said, "If you sneeze, you might damage the trees, you imprudent old person of Slough." There was an old person of Down, whose face was adorned with a frown. When he opened the door, for 1 minute or more, he alarmed all the people of Down. There was a young person in red, who carefully covered her head, with a bonnet of leather, and 3 lines of feather, besides some long ribbons of red. There was an old person of Hove, who frequented the depths of a grove, where he studied his books, with the wrens and the rooks, that tranquil old person of Hove. There was a young person in pink, who called out for something to drink, but they said, "Oh my daughter, there's nothing but water," which vexed that young person in pink. There was an old lady of France, who taught little ducklings to dance. When she said, "Tick-a-tack," they only said, "Quack," which grieved that old lady of France. There was an old person of Putney, whose food was roast spiders and chutney, which he took with his tea, within sight of the sea, that romantic old person of Putney. There was an old person of Loo, who said, "What on earth shall I do?" When they said, "Go away," she continued to stay, that vexatious old person of Loo. There was an old person of Woking, whose mind was perverse and provoking. He sate on a rail, with his head in a pail, that elusive old person of Woking. There was an old person of Dean who dined on 1 pea, and 1 bean, for he said, "More than that, would make me too fat," that cautious old person of Dean. There was a young lady in blue, who said, "Is it you? Is it you?" When they said, "Yes, it is," she replied only, "Whiz." That ungracious young lady in blue. There was an old man in a garden, who always begged every one's pardon. When they asked him, "What for?" he replied, "You're a bore, and I trust you'll go out of my garden." There was an old person of Pisa, whose daughters did nothing to please her. She dressed them in grey, and banged them all day, round the walls of the city of Pisa. There was an old person of Florence, who held mutton chops in abhorrence. He purchased a bustard, and fried him in mustard, which choked that old person of Florence. There was an old person of Sheen, whose expression was calm and serene. He sate in the water, and drank bottled porter, that placid old person of Sheen. There was an old person of Ware, who rode on the back of a bear. When they asked, "Does it trot?" he said, "Certainly not. He's a mopsican flopsican bear." There was a young person of Janina, whose uncle was always a fanning her. When he fanned off her head, she smiled sweetly, and said, "You propitious old person of Janina." There was an old man of Kashmir, whose movements were scroobious and queer. Being slender and tall, he looked over a wall, and perceived 2 fat ducks of Kashmir. There was an old person of Castle, whose nose finished off in a tassel, but they called out, "Oh well! Don't it look like a bell?" which perplexed that old person of Castle. There was an old person of Pet, who was partly consumed by regret. He sate in a cart, and ate cold apple tart, which relieved that old person of Pet. There was an old man of Spithead, who opened the window, and said, "Phil Jumble, Phil Jumble, Phil Rumble come tumble." That doubtful old man of Spithead. There was an old man on the border, who lived in the utmost disorder. He danced with the cat, and made tea in his hat, which vexed all the folks on the border. There was an old man of Dumbury, who taught little owls to drink tea, for he said, "To eat mice is not proper or nice," that amiable man of Dumbury. There was an old person of Filey, of whom his acquaintance spoke highly. He danced perfectly well, to the sound of a bell, and delighted the people of Filey. There was an old man whose remorse induced him to drink caper sauce, for they said, "If mixed up with some cold claret cup, it will certainly soothe your remorse." There was an old man of Ibrahim, who suddenly threatened to scream, but they said, "If you do, we will thump you quite blue, you disgusting old man of Ibrahim." There was an old person of Wilts, who constantly walked upon stilts. He wreathed them with lilies and daffodillies, that elegant person of Wilts. There was an old person of Grange, whose manners were scroobious and strange, he sailed to St. Blub in a waterproof tub, that aquatic old person of Grange. There was an old person of Newry, whose manners were tinctured with fury, he tore all the rugs, and broke all the jugs, within 20 miles distance of Newry. There was an old man of Dumlane, who greatly resembled a crane, but they said, is it wrong, since your legs are so long, to request you won't stay in Dumlane? There was an old man of Portgrigor, whose actions were noted for vigor, he stood on his head till his waistcoat turned red, that eclectic old man of Portgrigor. There was an old man of Elhams, who lived upon nothing but crumbs, which he picked off the ground, with the other birds round, in the roads and the lanes of Elhams. There was an old man of West Dumpet, who possessed a large nose like a trumpet, when he blew it aloud, it astonished the crowd, and was heard through the whole of West Dumpet. There was an old person of Sark, who made an unpleasant remark, but they said, don't you see what a brute you must be, you obnoxious old person of Sark? There was an old man whose despair induced him to purchase a hare, whereon one fine day he rode wholly away, which partly assuaged his despair. There was an old person of Barnes, whose garments were covered with darns, but they said, without doubt, you will soon wear them out, you luminous person of Barnes. There was an old person of Nice, whose associates were usually geese. They walked out together in all sorts of weather, that affable person of Nice. There was a young lady of Greenwich, whose garments were bordered with spinach, but a large spotty calf bit her shawl quite in half, which alarmed that young lady of Greenwich. There was an old person of Caen, who purchased 3 fowls and a fan, those she placed on a stool, and to make them feel cool she constantly fanned them at Caen. There was an old person of Ickley, who could not abide to ride quickly, he rode to Carnac on a tortoise's back, that moony old person of Ickley. There was an old person of Hyde, who walked by the shore with his bride, till a crab who came near filled their bosoms with fear, and they said, would we'd never left Hyde. There was an old person in grey, whose feelings were tinged with dismay, she purchased 2 parrots, and fed them with carrots, which pleased that old person in grey. There was an old man of Ancona, who found a small dog with no owner, which he took up and down all the streets of the town, that anxious old man of Ancona. There was an old person of Sistry, who sate himself down in the vestry, when they said, you are wrong, he merely said bong. That repulsive old person of Sistry. There was an old person of Blythe, who cut up his meat with a scythe, when they said, well, I never, he cried, scythes forever. That lively old person of Blythe. There was a young person of Ayr, whose head was remarkably square, on the top, in fine weather, she wore a gold feather, which dazzled the people of Ayr. There was an old person of Rimini, who said, gracious goodness, O Gimini. When they said, please be still, she ran down a hill, and was never more heard of at Rimini. There is a young lady, whose nose continually prospers and grows, when it grew out of sight, she exclaimed in affright, oh, farewell to the end of my nose. There was an old person of Ealing, who was wholly devoid of good feeling, he drove a small gig, with 3 owls and a pig, which distressed all the people of Ealing. There was an old man of Thames Ditton, who called out for something to sit on, but they brought him a hat, and said, sit upon that, you abrupt-eous old man of Thames Ditton. There was an old person of Bray, who sang through the whole of the day to his ducks and his pigs, whom he fed upon figs, that valuable person of Bray. There was a young person whose history was always considered a mystery, she sate in a ditch, although no one knew which, and composed a small treatise on history. There was an old person of Bow, whom nobody happened to know, so they gave him some soap, and said coldly, "We hope you will go back directly to Bow." There was an old person of Rye, who went up to town on a fly, but they said, "If you cough, you are safe to fall off." You abstemious old person of Rye. There was an old person of Crowle, who lived in the nest of an owl. When they screamed in the nest, he screamed out with the rest, that depressing old person of Crowle. There was an old lady of Winchelsea, who said, "If you needle or pin shall see on the floor of my room, sweep it up with the broom." That exhaustive old lady of Winchelsea. There was an old man in a tree, whose whiskers were lovely to see, but the birds of the air plucked them perfectly bare, to make themselves nests in that tree. There was a young lady of Corsica, who purchased a little brown saucy cur, which she fed upon ham, and hot raspberry jam, that expensive young lady of Corsica. There was a young lady of Firle, whose hair was addicted to curl, it curled up a tree, and all over the sea, that expansive young lady of Firle. There was an old person of Stroud, who was horribly jammed in a crowd, some she slew with a kick, some she scrunched with a stick, that impulsive old person of Stroud. There was an old man of Bullock, who sate on a crocodile's back, but they said, "Tordes the night he may probably bite, which might vex you, old man of Bullock." There was an old person of Skye, who waltzed with a blue bottle fly, they buzzed a sweet tune, to the light of the moon, and entranced all the people of Skye. There was an old man of Blackheath, whose head was adorned with a wreath of lobsters and spice, pickled onions and mice, that uncommon old man of Blackheath. There was an old man, who when little fell casually into a kettle, but, growing too stout, he could never get out, so he passed all his life in that kettle. There was an old person of Dundalk, who tried to teach fishes to walk, when they tumbled down dead, he grew weary, and said, "I had better go back to Dundalk." There was an old person of Shoreham, whose habits were marked by decorum, he bought an umbrella, and sate in the cellar, which pleased all the people of Shoreham. There was an old person of Bar, who passed all her life in a jar, which she painted pea green, to appear more serene, that placid old person of Bar. There was a young person of Kew, whose virtues and vices were few, but with blamable haste she devoured some hot paste, which destroyed that young person of Kew. There was an old person of Jod, whose ways were perplexing and odd, she purchased a whistle, and sate on a thistle, and squeaked to the people of Jod. There was an old person of Bude, whose deportment was vicious and crude, he wore a large ruff of pale straw-colored stuff, which perplexed all the people of Bude. There was an old person of Brig, who purchased no end of a wig, so that only his nose, and the end of his toes, could be seen when he walked about Brig. There was an old man of Messina, whose daughter was named Opsibina, she wore a small wig, and rode out on a pig, to the perfect delight of Messina. 26 Nonsense Rhymes and Pictures. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. The absolutely abstemious ass, who resided in a barrel, and only lived on soda water and pickled cucumbers. The bountiful beetle, who always carried a green umbrella when it didn't rain, and left it at home when it did. The comfortable confidential cow, who sate in her red morocco armchair and toasted her own bread at the parlor fire. The Dolumphius duck, who caught spotted frogs for her dinner with a runcible spoon. The enthusiastic elephant, who ferried himself across the water with the kitchen poker and a new pair of earrings. The Fisgigious fish, who always walked about upon stilts, because he had no legs. The good-natured grey gull, who carried the old owl, and his crimson carpet bag, across the river, because he could not swim. The hasty higgledy-piggledy hen, who went to market in a blue bonnet and shawl, and bought a fish for her supper. The inventive Indian, who caught a remarkable rabbit in a stupendous silver spoon. The judicious jubilant jay, who did up her back hair every morning with a wreath of roses, 3 feathers, and a gold pin. The kicking kangaroo, who wore a pale pink muslin dress with blue spots. The lively learned lobster, who mended his own clothes with a needle and thread. The melodious meritorious mouse, who played a merry minuet on the pianoforte. The nutritious nude, who purchased a round plum pudding for his granddaughter. The obsequious ornamental ostrich, who wore boots to keep his feet quite dry. The perpendicular purple Polly, who read the newspaper and ate parsnip pie with his spectacles. The queer querulous quail, who smoked a pipe of tobacco on the top of a tin tea kettle. The rural runcible raven, who wore a white wig and flew away with the carpet broom. The Scroobius snake, who always wore a hat on his head, for fear he should bite anybody. The tumultuous Tom-Tommy tortoise, who beat a drum all day long in the middle of the wilderness. The umbrageous umbrella maker, whose face nobody ever saw, because it was always covered by his umbrella. The visibly vicious vulture, who wrote some verses to a veal cutlet in a volume bound in vellum. The worrying whizzing wasp, who stood on a table, and played sweetly on a flute with a morning cap. The excellent double extra XX imbibing King Xerxes, who lived a long while ago. The young Hebung-Hebo, whose head was ever so much bigger than his body, and whose hat was rather small. The zigzag zealous zebra, who carried 5 monkeys on his back all the way to Jellibelee. Laughable Lyrics, a 4th book of nonsense poems, songs, botany, music, etc. by Edward Lear, author of the Book of Nonsense, More Nonsense, Nonsense Songs, Stories, etc., etc. With all the original illustrations. 1894 originally published, 1877 1894 cover. Click for larger version. Laughable Lyrics. The Dong with a Luminous Nose, The Two Old Bachelors, The Pelican Chorus, Sheet music.pdf/.midi/Lillipand markup. Added 2004, The Young Hebung-Hebo, Sheet music.pdf/.midi/Lillipand markup. Added 2004, The Pobble Who Has No Toes, The New Vestments, Mr. and Mrs. Discabolos, The Quangle Wangles Hat, The Cummerbund, The Account of Swat, Nonsense Botany, Nonsense Alphabets. Number 5. Number 6. Laughable Lyrics. The Dong with a Luminous Nose, The Two Old Bachelors, The Pelican Chorus, The Young Hebung-Hebo, The Pobble Who Has No Toes, The New Vestments, Mr. and Mrs. Discabolos, The Quangle Wangles Hat, The Cummerbund, The Account of Swat, The Dong with a Luminous Nose. When awful darkness and silence reign over the great Grombolian plain, through the long, long wintry nights, when the angry breakers roar as they beat on the rocky shore, when storm clouds brood on the towering heights of the hills of the Chankly Bore, then, through the vast and gloomy dark there moves what seems a fiery spark, a lonely spark with silvery rays piercing the coal black night, a meteor strange and bright, hither and thither the vision strays, a single lurid light. Slowly it wanders, pauses, creeps, anon it sparkles, flashes, and leaps, and ever as onward it gleaming goes, a light on the bong tree stems it throws. And those who watch at that midnight hour from hall or terrace or lofty tower, cry, as the wild light passes along, the Dong. The Dong. The wandering Dong through the forest goes. The Dong. The Dong. The Dong with a Luminous Nose. Long years ago the Dong was happy and gay, till he fell in love with a Jumbly girl who came to those shores one day. For the Jumblies came in a sieve, they did landing at eve near the Zemery Fid where the oblong oysters grow, and the rocks are smooth and grey. And all the woods and the valleys rang with the chorus they daily and nightly sang, far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live, their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. Happily, happily passed those days. While the cheerful Jumblies stayed, they danced in circlets all night long, to the plaintive pipe of the lively dong, in moonlight, shine, or shade. For day and night he was always there by the side of the Jumbly girl so fair, with her sky-blue hands and her sea-green hair, till the morning came of that hateful day when the Jumblies sailed in their sieve away, and the dong was left on the cruel shore gazing for evermore, ever keeping his weary eyes on that pea-green sail on the far horizon, singing the Jumbly chorus still as he sate all day on the grassy hill. Far and few, are the lands where the Jumblies live. Their heads are green, and their hands are blue, and they went to sea in a sieve. But when the sun was low in the west, the dong arose and said, "What little sense I once possessed has quite gone out of my head." And since that day he wanders still by lake and forest, marsh and hill, singing, "Oh, somewhere, in valley or plain, might I find my Jumbly girl again. For ever I'll seek by lake and shore till I find my Jumbly girl once more." Playing a pipe with silvery squeaks, since then his Jumbly girl he seeks, and because by night he could not see, he gathered the bark of the twan gum tree on the flowery plain that grows. And he wove him a wondrous nose, a nose as strange as a nose could be, of vast proportions and painted red, and tied with cords to the back of his head. In a hollow rounded space it ended with a luminous lamp within suspended, all fenced about with a bandage stout to prevent the wind from blowing it out, and with holes all round to send the light in gleaming rays on the dismal night. And now each night, and all night long, over those plains still roams the dong, and above the wail of the chimp and snipe you may hear the squeak of his plaintive pipe, while ever he seeks, but seeks in vain, to meet with his Jumbly girl again, lonely and wild, all night he goes the dong with a luminous nose. And all who watch at the midnight hour, from hall, or terrace or lofty tower, cry, as they trace the meteor bright, moving along through the dreary night, "This is the hour when forth he goes, the dong with a luminous nose. Yonder, over the plain he goes, he goes. He goes the dong with a luminous nose." The two old bachelors. Two old bachelors were living in one house, one caught a muffin, the other caught a mouse. Said he who caught the muffin to him who caught the mouse, "This happens just in time. For we've nothing in the house, save a tiny slice of lemon and a teaspoonful of honey, and what to do for dinner since we haven't any money? And what can we expect if we haven't any dinner, but to lose our teeth and eyelashes and keep on growing thinner?" Said he who caught the mouse to him who caught the muffin, "We might cook this little mouse, if we only had some stuffin'. If we had but sage and onion we could do extremely well, but how to get that stuff in it is difficult to tell." Those two old bachelors ran quickly to the town and asked for sage and onion. As they wandered up and down, they borrowed 2 large onions, but no sage was to be found in the shops, or in the market, or in all the gardens round. But some one said, "A hill there is, a little to the north, and to its perpendicular top a narrow way leads forth, and there among the rugged rocks abides an ancient sage, an earnest man, who reads all day a most perplexing page. Climb up, and seize him by the toes all studious as he sits, and pull him down, and chop him into endless little bits. Then mix him with your onion, cut up likewise into scraps, when your stuffin' will be ready, and very good perhaps." Those two old bachelors, without loss of time, the nearly perpendicular crags at once began to climb, and at the top, among the rocks, all seated in a nook, they saw that sage a reading of a most enormous book. "You earnest sage," aloud they cried, "your book you've read enough in. We wish to chop you into bits to mix you into stuffin'." But that old sage looked calmly up, and with his awful book, at those two bachelors' bald heads a certain aim he took, and over crag and precipice they rolled promiscuous down. At once they rolled, and never stopped in lane or field or town, and when they reached their house, they found, besides their want of stuffin', the mouse had fled and, previously, had eaten up the muffin. They left their home in silence by the once convivial door, and from that hour those bachelors were never heard of more. The Pelican Chorus. King and queen of the pelicans we, no other birds so grand we see. None but we have feet like fins, with lovely leathery throats and chins. Pluff skin, pelican z. We think no birds so happy as we. Plump skin, ploshkin, pelican Jill. We think so then, and we thought so still. We live on the Nile. The Nile we love. By night we sleep on the cliffs above, by day we fish, and at eve we stand on long bare islands of yellow sand. And when the sun sinks slowly down, and the great rock walls grow dark and brown, where the purple river rolls fast and dim and the ivory ibis starlike skim, wing to wing we dance around, stamping our feet with a flumpy sound, opening our mouths as pelicans ought, and this is the song we nightly snort. Pluff skin, pelican z. We think no birds so happy as we. Plump skin, ploshkin, pelican Jill. We think so then, and we thought so still. Last year came out our daughter Dell, and all the birds received her well. To do her honor a feast we made for every bird that can swim or wade, herons, and gulls, and cormorants black, cranes, and flamingos with scarlet back, plovers and storks, and geese in clouds, swans and bilberry ducks in crowds, thousands of birds in wondrous flight. They ate and drank and danced all night, and echoing back from the rocks you heard multitude echoes from bird and bird. Pluff skin, pelican z. We think no birds so happy as we. Plump skin, ploshkin, pelican Jill. We think so then, and we thought so still. Yes, they came, and among the rest the king of the cranes all grandly dressed. Such a lovely tail! Its feathers float between the ends of his blue dress coat, with pea-green trousers all so neat, and a delicate frill to hide his feet, for though no one speaks of it, every one knows he has got no webs between his toes. As soon as he saw our daughter Dell, in violent love that crane king fell on seeing her waddling form so fair, with a wreath of shrimps in her short white hair. And before the end of the next long day our Dell had given her heart away, for the king of the cranes had won that heart with a crocodile's egg and a large fish tart. She vowed to marry the king of the cranes, leaving the Nile for stranger plains, and away they flew in a gathering crowd of endless birds in a lengthening cloud. Pluff skin, pelican z. We think no birds so happy as we. Plump skin, ploshkin, pelican Jill. We think so then, and we thought so still. And far away in the twilight sky we heard them singing a lessening cry farther and farther, till out of sight, and we stood alone in the silent night. Often since, in the nights of June, we sit on the sand and watch the moon. She has gone to the great Grombolean plain, and we probably never shall meet again. Oft, in the long still nights of June, we sit on the rocks and watch the moon. She dwells by the streams of the Chankly Bore, and we probably never shall see her more. Pluff skin, pelican z. We think no birds so happy as we. Plump skin, ploshkin, pelican Jill. We think so then, and we thought so still. 2004, also available as .pdf, .midi, or Lilliput markup. Note the air of this and the following song by Edward Lear, the arrangement for the piano by Professor Pohm, of San Remo, Italy. The courtship of the young Hibungibo. I on the coast of Coromandel where the early pumpkins blow, in the middle of the woods lived the young Hibungibo. 2 old chairs, and half a candle, 1 old jug without a handle, these were all his worldly goods. In the middle of the woods, these were all the worldly goods of the young Hibungibo, of the young Hibungibo. 2 Once, among the bong trees walking where the early pumpkins blow, to a little heap of stones came the young Hibungibo. There he heard a lady talking, to some milk-white hens of Dorking, 'tis the Lady Jingly Jones. On that little heap of stones sits the Lady Jingly Jones. Said the young he bung he bo, said the young he bung he bo. 3 Lady Jingly. Lady Jingly. Sitting where the pumpkins blow, will you come and be my wife? Said the young he bung he bo. I am tired of living singly on this coast so wild and shingly, I may weary of my life, if you'll come and be my wife, quite serene would be my life. Said the young he bung he bo, said the young he bung he bo. For on this coast of Coromandel shrimps and watercresses grow, prawns are plentiful and cheap, said the young he bung he bo. You shall have my chairs and candle, and my jug without a handle. Gaze upon the rolling deep, fish is plentiful and cheap, as the sea, my love is deep. Said the young he bung he bo, said the young he bung he bo. The Lady Jingly answered sadly, and her tears began to flow, your proposal comes too late, Mr. Young he bung he bo. I would be your wife most gladly. Here she twirled her fingers madly, but in England I've a mate. Yes. You've asked me far too late, for in England I've a mate, Mr. Young he bung he bo. Mr. Young he bung he bo. 6 Mr. Jones, his name is Handel Jones, Esquire, and Co. Dorking fowls delights to send, Mr. Young he bung he bo. Keep, oh, keep your chairs and candle, and your jug without a handle, I can merely be your friend. Should my Jones more Dorkings send, I will give you 3, my friend. Mr. Young he bung he bo. Mr. Young he bung he bo. 7 Though you've such a tiny body, and your head so large doth grow, though your hat may blow away, Mr. Young he bung he bo. Though you're such a hotty dotty, yet I wish that I could modify the words I needs must say. Will you please to go away? That is all I have to say, Mr. Young by bung he bo. Mr. Young he bung he bo. 8 Down the slippery slopes of Myrtle, where the early pumpkins blow, to the calm and silent sea fled the young he bung he bo. There, beyond the bay of Girdle, lay a large and lively turtle. You're the cove, he said, for me, on your back beyond the sea, turtle, you shall carry me. Said the young he bung he bo, said the young he bung he bo. 9 Through the silent roaring ocean did the turtle swiftly go, holding fast upon his shell rode the young he bung he bo. With a sad prima eval motion towards the sunset isles of Bashan, still the turtle bore him well. Holding fast upon his shell, Lady Jingly Jones, farewell. Sang the young he bung he bo, sang the young he bung he bo. X from the coast of Coromandel did that lady never go, on that heap of stones she mourns for the young he bung he bo. On that coast of Coromandel, in his jug without a handle still she weeps, and daily moans, on that little heap of stones to her Dorking hens she moans, for the young he bung he bo, for the young he bung he bo. Also available as .pdf, .midi, or Lilliput markup. Added 2004, the pobble who has no toes. The pobble who has no toes had once as many as we, when they said, some day you may lose them all, he replied, fish fiddle-de-dee. And his Aunt Jobiska made him drink lavender water tinged with pink, for she said, the world in general knows there's nothing so good for a pobble's toes. 2 The pobble who has no toes, swam across the Bristol Channel, but before he set out he wrapped his nose in a piece of scarlet flannel. For his Aunt Jobiska said, no harm can come to his toes if his nose is warm, and it's perfectly known that a pobble's toes are safe provided he minds his nose. 3 The pobble swam fast and well, and when boats or ships came near him, he tinkledy-binkledy-winkled a bell so that all the world could hear him. And all the sailors and admirals cried, when they saw him nearing the further side, he has gone to fish, for his Aunt Jobiska's runcible cat with crimson whiskers. 4 But before he touched the shore of the Bristol Channel, a sea-green porpoise carried away his wrapper of scarlet flannel. And when he came to observe his feet, formerly garnished with toes so neat, his face at once became forlorn on perceiving that all his toes were gone. And nobody ever knew, from that dark day to the present, whoso had taken the pobble's toes, in a manner so far from pleasant. Whether the shrimps or crawfish grey, or crafty mermaids stole them away, nobody knew, and nobody knows how the pobble was robbed of his twice 5 toes. 6. The pobble who has no toes was placed in a friendly bark, and they rowed him back, and carried him up to his Aunt Jobiska's park. And she made him a feast, at his earnest wish, of eggs and buttercups fried with fish, and she said, "It's a fact the whole world knows, that pobbles are happier without their toes." The new vestments. There lived an old man in the kingdom of Tess, who invented a purely original dress, and when it was perfectly made and complete, he opened the door and walked into the street. By way of a hat he'd a loaf of brown bread, in the middle of which he inserted his head. His shirt was made up of no end of dead mice, the warmth of whose skins was quite fluffy and nice. His drawers were of rabbit skins, so were his shoes, his stockings were skins, but it is not known whose. His waistcoat and trousers were made of pork chops, his buttons were jujubes and chocolate drops, his coat was all pancakes, with jam for a border, and a girdle of biscuits to keep it in order, and he wore over all, as a screen from bad weather, a cloak of green cabbage leaves stitched all together. He had walked a short way, when he heard a great noise, of all sorts of beasticles, birdlings, and boys, and from every long street and dark lane in the town beasts, birdies, and boys in a tumult rushed down. 2 cows and a calf ate his cabbage leaf cloak, 4 apes seized his girdle, which vanished like smoke, 3 kids ate up half of his pancakey coat, and the tails were devoured by an ancient he-goat. An army of dogs in a twinkling tore up his pork waistcoat and trousers to give to their puppies, and while they were growling, and mumbling the chops, 10 boys prigged the jujubes and chocolate drops. He tried to run back to his house, but in vain, 4 scores of fat pigs came again and again. They rushed out of stables and hovels and doors, they tore off his stockings, his shoes, and his drawers, and now from the housetops with screechings descend striped, spotted, white, black, and grey cats without end. They jumped on his shoulders and knocked off his hat. When crows, ducks, and hens made a mincemeat of that, they speedily flew at his sleeves in a trice, and utterly tore up his shirt of dead mice. They swallowed the last of his shirt with a squall, whereon he ran home with no clothes on at all. And he said to himself, as he bolted the door, "I will not wear a similar dress any more, any more, any more, any more, never more." Mr. and Mrs. Discobolos. Mr. and Mrs. Discobolos climbed to the top of a wall. And they sate to watch the sunset sky, and to hear the Jupiter pipkin cry, and the biscuit buffalo call. They took up a roll and some chamomile tea, and both were as happy could be, till Mrs. Discobolos said, "O W X Y Z. It has just come into my head, suppose we should happen to fall." "Darling Mr. Discobolos. To suppose we should fall down flumpety, just like pieces of stone, onto the thorns, or into the moat, what would become of your new green coat? And might you not break a bone? It never occurred to me before, that perhaps we shall never go down any more." And Mrs. Discobolos said, "O W X Y Z. What put it into your head to climb up this wall, my own darling Mr. Discobolos?" 3. Mr. Discobolos answered, "At first it gave me pain, and I felt my ears turn perfectly pink when your exclamation made me think we might never get down again. But now I believe it is wiser far to remain forever just where we are." and Mr. Descabolos said, "Oh, W, X, Y, Z. It has just come into my head we shall never go down again, dearest Mrs. Descabolos." For so Mr. and Mrs. Descabolos stood up and began to sing, "Far away from hurry and strife, here we will pass the rest of life, ding-a-dong, ding-dong, ding. We want no knives nor forks nor chairs, no tables, nor carpets nor household cares, from worry of life we've fled, oh. W, X, Y, Z. There is no more trouble ahead, sorrow or any such thing, for Mr. and Mrs. Descabolos. The Quangle-Wangles had. I on the top of the crumpetty tree the Quangle-Wangle sat, but his face you could not see, on account of his beaver hat. For his hat was 102 feet wide, with ribbons and bibbons on every side, and bells, and buttons, and loops, and lace, so that nobody ever could see the face of the Quangle-Wangle Quee. To the Quangle-Wangle said to himself on the crumpetty tree, "Jam, and jelly, and bread are the best of food for me. But the longer I live on this crumpetty tree the plainer than ever it seems to me that very few people come this way and that life on the whole is far from gay." Said the Quangle-Wangle Quee. 3. But there came to the crumpetty tree Mr. and Mrs. Canary, and they said, "Did ever you see any spot so charmingly airy? May we build a nest on your lovely hat? Mr. Quangle-Wangle, grant us that. Oh, please let us come and build a nest of whatever material suits you best, Mr. Quangle-Wangle Quee." 4. And besides, to the crumpetty tree came the stork, the duck, and the owl, the snail and the bumblebee, the frog and the fimblefowl, with a corkscrew leg, and all of them said, "We humbly beg we may build our homes on your lovely hat, Mr. Quangle-Wangle, grant us that." Mr. Quangle-Wangle Quee. V. And the golden grouse came there, and the pobble who has no toes, and the small Olympian bear, and the dong with a luminous nose, and the blue baboon who played the flute, and the orient calf from the land of Toot, and the attery squash, and the bisky bat all came and built on the lovely hat of the Quangle-Wangle Quee. 6. And the Quangle-Wangle said to himself on the crumpetty tree, "When all these creatures move what a wonderful noise there'll be." And at night by the light of the mulberry moon they danced to the flute of the blue baboon, on the broad green leaves of the crumpetty tree, and all were as happy could be, with the Quangle-Wangle Quee. The Cummerbund. An Indian poem. She sate upon her dobie, to watch the evening star, and all the punkahs, as they passed, cried, "My! How fair you are!" Around her bower, with quivering leaves, the tall camsamas grew, and keetmitgars in wild festoons hung down from chokies blue. 2. Below her home the river rolled with soft melodious sound, where golden finned shukpersies swam, in myriads circling round. Above, on tallest trees remote green ayahs perched alone, and all night long the musak moaned its melancholy tone. 3. And where the purple nullas threw their branches far and wide, and silvery goriwallas flew in silence, side by side, the little beastie's twittering cry rose on the flagrant air, and oft the angry jampan howled deep in his hateful lair. 4. She sate upon her dobie, she heard the nimick hum, when all at once a cry arose, "The cummerbund is come." In vain she fled, with open jaws the angry monster followed, and so, before assistance came, that lady fair was swallowed. They sought in vain for even a bone respectfully to bury, they said, hers was a dreadful fate. An echo answered, "Very." They nailed her dobie to the wall, where last her form was seen, and underneath they wrote these words, in yellow, blue, and green, "Beware, ye fair. Ye fair, beware. Nor sit out late at night, lest horrid cummerbunds should come, and swallow you outright." Note first published in Times of India, Bombay, July, 1874. The account of Swat. Who, or why, or which, or what, is the account of Swat? Is he tall or short, or dark or fair? Does he sit on a stool or a sofa or chair, or squat? The account of Swat. Is he wise or foolish, young or old? Does he drink his soup and his coffee cold, or hot? The account of Swat. Does he sing or whistle, jabber or talk, and when riding abroad does he gallop or walk, or trot? The account of Swat. Does he wear a turban, a fez, or a hat? Does he sleep on a mattress, a bed, or a mat, or a cot? The account of Swat. When he writes a copy in round hand size, does he cross his T's and finish his I's with a dot? The account of Swat. Can he write a letter concisely clear without a speck or a smudge or smear or blot? The account of Swat. Do his people like him extremely well? Or do they, whenever they can, rebel, or plot, at the account of Swat? If he catches them then, either old or young, does he have them chopped in pieces or hung, or shot? The account of Swat. Do his people prig in the lanes or park? Or even at times, when days are dark, garrot? Oh, the account of Swat. Does he study the wants of his own dominion? Or doesn't he care for public opinion a jot? The account of Swat. To amuse his mind do his people show him pictures, or anyone's last new poem, or what, for the account of Swat? At night if he suddenly screams and wakes, do they bring him only a few small cakes, or a lot, for the account of Swat? Does he live on turnips, tea, or tripe? Does he like his shawl to be marked with a stripe, or a dot? The account of Swat. Does he like to lie on his back in a boat like the lady who lived in that isle remote, Shalot? The account of Swat. Is he quiet, or always making a fuss? Is his steward a Swiss or a Swede or a Russ, or a Scot? The account of Swat. Does he like to sit by the calm blue wave? Or to sleep and snore in a dark green cave, or a grot? The account of Swat. Does he drink small beer from a silver jug? Or a bowl? Or a glass? Or a cup? Or a mug? Or a pot? The account of Swat. Does he beat his wife with a gold-topped pipe, when she lets the gooseberries grow too ripe, or rot? The account of Swat. Does he wear a white tie when he dines with friends, and tie it neat in a bow with ends, or a knot? The account of Swat. Does he like new cream, and hate mince pies? When he looks at the sun does he wink his eyes, or not? The account of Swat. Does he teach his subjects to roast and bake? Does he sail about on an inland lake, in a yacht? The account of Swat. Someone, or nobody, knows I what who or which or why or what is the account of Swat. Note: for the existence of this potentate see Indian newspapers, pass him. The proper way to read the verses is to make an immense emphasis on the monosyllabic rhymes, which indeed ought to be shouted out by a chorus. Nonsense botany. Armcharia comfortabilis bossia paleolensis bublia blopipia bluebotalia buzdilentia crabia horrida small toothcombia domes tica nutmigrata simplice turenia ladlecum puffia leatherbellosa quiriflora babioides armcharia comfortabilis. Bossia paleolensis. Bublia blopipia. Bluebotalia buzdilentia. Crabia horrida. Small toothcombia domes tica. Nutmigrata simplice. Turenia ladlecum. Puffia leatherbellosa. Quiriflora babioides. Nonsense alphabets. Number 5, Number 6, A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z A was an area arch where washerwomen sat. They made a lot of lovely starch to starch Papa's cravat. BB was a bottle blue, which was not very small, Papa he filled it full of beer, and then he drank it all. CC was Papa's grey cat, who caught a squeaky mouse, she pulled him by his twirly tail all about the house. DD was Papa's white duck, who had a curly tail, one day it ate a great fat frog, besides a little snail. EE was a little egg, upon the breakfast table, Papa came in and ate it up as fast as he was able. FF was a little fish. Cook in the river took it, Papa said, cook. Cook. Bring a dish. And, cook. Be quick and cook it. GG was Papa's new gun, he put it in a box, and then he went and bought a bun, and walked about the docks. HH was Papa's new hat, he wore it on his head, outside it was completely black, but inside it was red. I was an inkstand new, Papa he likes to use it, he keeps it in his pocket now, for fear that he should lose it. JJ was some apple jam, of which Papa ate part, but all the rest he took away and stuffed into a tart. KK was a great new kite, Papa he saw it fly above 1,000 chimney pots, and all about the sky. LL was a fine new lamp, but when the wick was lit, Papa he said, this light ain't good. I cannot read a bit. MM was a dish of mince, it looked so good to eat. Papa, he quickly ate it up, and said, this is a treat. NN was a nut that grew high up upon a tree, Papa, who could not reach it, said, that's much too high for me. OO was an owl who flew all in the dark away, Papa said, what an owl you are. Why don't you fly by day? PP was a little pig, went out to take a walk, Papa he said, if Piggy dead, he'd all turn into pork. QQ was a quince that hung upon a garden tree, Papa he brought it with him home, and ate it with his tea. RR was a railway rug extremely large and warm, Papa he wrapped it round his head, in a most dreadful storm. SS was Papa's new stick, Papa's new thumping stick, to thump extremely wicked boys, because it was so thick. TT was a tumbler full of punch all hot and good, Papa he drank it up, when in the middle of a wood. UU was a silver urn, full of hot scalding water, Papa said, if that urn were mine, I'd give it to my daughter. VV was a villain, once he stole a piece of beef. Papa he said, oh, dreadful man. That villain is a thief. WW was a watch of gold, it told the time of day, so that Papa knew when to come, and when to go away. XX was King Xerxes, whom Papa much wished to know, but this he could not do, because Xerxes died long ago. YY was a youth, who kicked and screamed and cried like mad, Papa he said, your conduct is abominably bad. ZZ was a zebra striped and streaked with lines of black, Papa said once, he thought he'd like a ride upon his back. ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUVWXYZ tumbled down, and hurt his arm, against a bit of wood, said. My boy, oh, do not cry, it cannot do you good, said. A cup of coffee hot can't do you any harm, said. A doctor should be fetched, and he would cure the arm, said. An egg beat up with milk would quickly make him well, said. A fish, if broiled, might cure, if only by the smell, said. Green gooseberry fool, the best of cures I hold, said. His hat should be kept on, to keep him from the cold, said. Some ice upon his head will make him better soon, said. Some jam, if spread on bread, or given in a spoon, said. A kangaroo is here, this picture let him see, said. A lamp pray keep alight, to make some barley tea, said. A mulberry or two might give him satisfaction, said. Some nuts, if rolled about, might be a slight attraction, said. An owl might make him laugh, if only it would wink. P said. Some poetry might be read aloud, to make him think, said. a quince I recommend a quince, or else a quail said, some rats might make him move, if fastened by their tail said, a song should now be sung, in hopes to make him laugh, said, a turnip might avail, if sliced, or cut in half, said, an urn, with water hot, place underneath his chin, said, I'll stand upon a chair, and play a violin, said, some whiskey whiz gigs fetch, some marbles and a ball, said, some double XX. Ale would be the best of all, said, some yeast mixed up with salt would make a perfect plaster, said, here is a box of zinc. Get in, my little master. We'll shut you up. We'll nail you down. We will, my little master. We think we've all heard quite enough of this your sad disaster. Index first lines nonsense alphabets nonsense botanies nonsense songs and stories an index of first lines nonsense alphabets nonsense botanies nonsense songs and stories table of contents A tumbled down, A was an area arch A was an ant A was an ape, A was once an apple pie, the absolutely abstemious ass, B said. My boy, oh, do not cry, B was a bottle blue, B was a bat, B was a book B was once a little bear, the bountiful beetle, the broom and the shovel, the poker and tongs, C said, a cup of coffee hot C was Papa's gray cat, C was a camel, C was a cat C was once a little cake, calico pie, the little birds fly the comfortable confidential cow, D said, a doctor should be fetched, D was Papa's white duck, D was a dove, D was a duck D was once a little doll, the Dollomphius duck, E said, an egg beat up with milk E was a little egg, E was an eagle, E was an elephant, E was once a little eel, the enthusiastic elephant, the excellent double extra XXF said, a fish, if broiled, might cure, F was a fan F was a fish F was a little fish. F was once a little fish, the fisgigious fish, G said, green gooseberry fool, G was Papa's new gun, G was a goat G was a gooseberry, G was once a little goose, the good-natured gray gull, H said, his hat should be kept on, H was Papa's new hat, H was a hat H was a heron, H was once a little hen, the hasty higgledy-piggledy hen, how pleasant to know Mr. Lear. I said, some ice upon his head I was an inkstand new, I was an inkstand, I was once a bottle of ink I was some ice in former days that is to say, once upon a time there lived in the land of Gramble Blamble 7 families. The inventive Indian, J said, some jam, if spread on bread, J was a jackdaw J was a jug, J was once a jar of jam, J was some apple jam, the judicious jubilant J, K said, a kangaroo is here K was a great new kite, K was a kingfisher, K was a kite K was once a little kite, the kicking kangaroo, king and queen of the pelicans we, L said, a lamp pray keep alight, L was a fine new lamp, L was a light L was a lily, L was once a little lark, the lively learned lobster, M said, a mulberry or 2 M was a dish of mince, M was a man, M was a mill M was once a little mouse, the melodious meritorious mouse, Mr. and Mrs. Discabolos N said, some nuts, if rolled about, N was a net N was a nut that grew N was a nut N was once a little needle, the nutcrackers sate by a plate on the table, the nutritious newt, O said, an owl might make him laugh, O was an orange O was an oyster, O was an owl who flew O was once a little owl, the obsequious ornamental ostrich, on a little piece of wood, on the coast of Coromandel on the top of the crumpetty tree once Mr. Daddy Longlegs, once upon a time, a long while ago, there were 4 little people whose names were Violet, Slingsby, Guy and Lionel, the owl and the pussy cat went to see P said, some poetry might be read aloud, P was a little pig, P was a pig, P was a Polly, P was once a little pump, the perpendicular purple Polly, the pobble who has no toes Q said, a quince I recommend. Q was a quince that hung. Q was a quail. Q was a quill. Q was once a little quail, the queer querulous quail. R said, some rats might make him move. R was a railway rug. R was a rabbit. R was a rattlesnake. R was once a little rose, the rural runcible raven. S said, a song should now be sung. S was Papa's new stick. S was once a little shrimp. S was a screw. S was the sugar tongs. Said the duck to the kangaroo. Said the table to the chair. The screw be a snake. She sate upon her dobie. T said, a turnip might avail. T was a thimble. T was a tortoise. T was a tumbler full. T was once a little thrush. There is a young lady, whose nose, there lived an old man in the kingdom of Tess. There was a young girl of Majorca. There was a young lady of Butte. There was a young lady of Clare. There was a young lady of Dorking. There was a young lady of Hull. There was a young lady of Lucca. There was a young lady of Norway. There was a young lady of Parma. There was a young lady of Poole. There was a young lady of Portugal. There was a young lady of Russia. There was a young lady of Ride. There was a young lady of Sweden. There was a young lady of Troy. There was a young lady of Turkey. There was a young lady of Tyre. There was a young lady of Wales. There was a young lady of Welling. There was a young lady whose bonnet. There was a young lady whose chin. There was a young lady whose eyes. There was a young lady whose nose. There was a young person of Crete. There was a young person of Smyrna. There was a young lady in blue. There was a young lady in white. There was a young lady of Corsica. There was a young lady of Firle. There was a young lady of Greenwich. There was a young person in green. There was a young person in pink. There was a young person in red. There was a young person of Ayr. There was a young person of Bantry. There was a young person of Janina. There was a young person of Kew. There was a young person whose history. There was an old dairy down Derry. There was an old lady of Chertsey. There was an old lady of Prague. There was an old lady whose folly. There was an old man at a junction. There was an old man in a boat. There was an old man in a casement. There was an old man in a pew. There was an old man in a tree. There was an old man of Aosta. There was an old man of Apulia. There was an old man of Berlin. There was an old man of Bohemia. There was an old man of Calcutta. There was an old man of Cape Horn. There was an old man of Koblenz. There was an old man of Columbia. There was an old man of Corfu. There was an old man of Dundee. There was an old man of Jamaica. There was an old man of Kamchatka. There was an old man of Kilkenny. There was an old man of Leghorn. There was an old man of Madras. There was an old man of Marseilles. There was an old man of Melrose. There was an old man of Moldavia. There was an old man of Nepal. There was an old man of Peru. There was an old man of Peru. There was an old man of Quebec. There was an old man of Vesuvius. There was an old man of Vienna. There was an old man of Whitehaven. There was an old man of Abruzzi. There was an old man of the Cape. There was an old man of the coast. There was an old man of the Dee. There was an old man of the East. There was an old man of the Hague. There was an old man of the Isles. There was an old man of the Nile. There was an old man of the North. There was an old man of the South. There was an old man of the West. There was an old man of the West. There was an old man of the Wrkin. There was an old man on a hill. There was an old man on some rocks. There was an old man on whose nose. There was an old man who said, how. There was an old man who said, hush. There was an old man who said, well. There was an old man who supposed. There was an old man with a beard. There was an old man with a beard. There was an old man with a flute. There was an old man with a gong. There was an old man with a nose. There was an old man with a poker. There was an old man with an owl. There was an old person of Annerley. There was an old person of Bangor. There was an old person of Basing. There was an old person of Buda. There was an old person of Burton. There was an old person of Cadiz. There was an old person of Cheadle. There was an old person of Chester. There was an old person of Chile. There was an old person of Dover. there was an old person of Dutton, there was an old person of EMS, there was an old person of Ewell, there was an old person of Gretna, there was an old person of Hurst, there was an old person of Ischia, there was an old person of Leeds, there was an old person of Mold, there was an old person of Philo, there was an old person of Prague, there was an old person of Reims. There was an old person of Rhodes, there was an old person of Spain, there was an old person of Sparta, there was an old person of Tartary, there was an old person of Traing, there was an old person of Troy, there was an old person whose habits, there was an old lady of Winchelsea, there was an old man in a garden, there was an old person of Cromer, there was an old lady of France, there was an old man at a station, there was an old man in a marsh, there was an old man in a barge, there was an old man in a tree, there was an old man of Ancona, there was an old man of Blackheath, there was an old man of Bullock, there was an old man of Kashmir, there was an old man of Deeside, there was an old man of Dumlane, there was an old man of Dumbury, there was an old man of Dunluce, there was an old man of Dunrose, there was an old man of El Hums, there was an old man of Hong Kong, there was an old man of Ibrahim, there was an old man of Messina, there was an old man of Port Grigor, there was an old man of Spithead, there was an old man of Thames Ditton, there was an old man of Thermopylae, there was an old man of Three Bridges, there was an old man of Toulouse, there was an old man of West Dumpet, there was an old man of the Dargle, there was an old man on the border, there was an old man on the Humber, there was an old man who screamed out, there was an old man whose despair, there was an old man whose remorse, there was an old man, who when little, there was an old person in black, there was an old person in grey, there was an old person of Bar, there was an old person of Barnes, there was an old person of Blythe, there was an old person of Bow, there was an old person of Bray, there was an old person of Bree, there was an old person of Brigg, there was an old person of Brill, there was an old person of Bromley, there was an old person of Bude, there was an old person of Caen, there was an old person of Castle, there was an old person of China, there was an old person of Crowle, there was an old person of Deal, there was an old person of Dean, there was an old person of Down, there was an old person of Dundalk, there was an old person of Ealing, there was an old person of Fife, there was an old person of Filey, there was an old person of Florence, there was an old person of Grange, there was an old person of Hove, there was an old person of Hyde, there was an old person of Ickley, there was an old person of Jod, there was an old person of Loo, there was an old person of Minity, there was an old person of Newry, there was an old person of Nice, there was an old person of Pett, there was an old person of Pinner, there was an old person of Pisa, there was an old person of Putney, there was an old person of Rimini, there was an old person of Rye, there was an old person of Sark, there was an old person of Sistry, there was an old person of Sheen, there was an old person of Shields, there was an old person of Shoreham, there was an old person of Skye, there was an old person of Slough, there was an old person of Stroud, there was an old person of Ware, there was an old person of Wick, there was an old person of Wilts, there was an old person of Woking, they went to sea in a sieve, they did, the tumultuous Tom-Tommy Tortoise, two old bachelors were living in one house, you said, an urn, with water hot, you was a silver urn, you was an upper coat, you was an urn, you was once a little urn, the umbrageous umbrella maker, V said, I'll stand upon a chair. V was a veil, V was a villain, once V was a villa, V was once a little vine, the visibly vicious vulture, W said, some whiskey was gigs fetch, W was a watch of gold, W was a watch, W was a whale, W was once a whale, when awful darkness and silence reign, who, or why, or which, or what the worrying whizzing wasp, X said, some double XXL, X was King Xerxes, whom X was King Xerxes, X was King Xerxes, X was once a great King Xerxes, Y said, some yeast mixed up with salt. Y was a yak, Y was a ewe, Y was a youth, who kicked. Y was once a little ewe, the young Hebung. Z said, here is a box of zinc. Z was a zebra striped. Z was a zebra, Z was once a piece of zinc, Z was some zinc, the zigzag zealous zebra, an index of nonsense alphabets by Edward Lear. First lines nonsense botanies nonsense songs and stories table of contents alphabets number 1 number 2 number 3 number 4 number 5 number 6 by letter ant ape apple pie arch arm ass bat bear beetle book bottle boy cake camel cat coffee cow doctor doll dove duck eagle eel egg elephant fan fish goat gooseberry gull gun hat hen heron ice Indian ink stand jackdaw jam jay jug kangaroo kingfisher kite lamp lark light lily lobster man mill mince mouse mulberry needle net newt nut nuts orange ostrich owl oyster pig poetry polly pump quail quill quince rabbit rats rattlesnake raven rose rug screw shrimp snake song stick sugar tongs thimble thrush tortoise tumbler turnip umbrella maker uppercoat urn veil villa villain vine violin vulture wasp watch whale whiskey wizigig xerxes XX. Ale yak yeast young Hebung youth zebra zinc an index of nonsense botanies by Edward Lear. First lines nonsense alphabets nonsense songs and stories table of contents botanies number 1 number 2 number 3 species Armcharia comfortabilis arthromia rigida Bacopipia gracilis Barkia howlalaudia bossia paleolensis blue botulia buzdalentia botelephorchia spunifolia bublia blopipia cockatuca superba crabia horrida incupia chicobidia fischia marina gittera penziles jinglia tinctalia nutmigrata simplice menipiplia upsidownia minspizia delicia Anastacritia crolupia fat fascia stupenda. Pigawigia pyramid alice plumbunia nutriciosa polybertia singularis puffia leatherbellosa quiriflora babioides shibusha utilis small toothcombia domes tica soft sluggia glutinosa stunia dinnerbelia tichia orologica tiger lilia terribilis turenia ladlecum wash tubia circularis an index of nonsense songs and stories by Edward Lear. First lines nonsense alphabets nonsense botanies table of contents songs the account of Swat the broom, the shovel, the poker and the tongs calico pie the cummerbund the daddy long legs and the fly the dong with the luminous nose the duck and the kangaroo the jumblies Mr. and Mrs. Discabolos Mr. and Mrs. Spicky Sparrow the new vestments the nutcrackers and the sugar tongs the owl and the pussy cat the pelican chorus the pobble who has no toes the quangle wangles hat the table and the chair the two old bachelors the young Hebung stories the story of the 4 little children who went round the world the history of the 7 families of the Lake Pipple Popple. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook nonsense books updated editions will replace the previous one the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Back. 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 Nonsense Books 1894. How pleasant to know Mr. Lear. Introduction. A Book of Nonsense 1894. Nonsense rhymes and pictures, nonsense songs, stories, botany, and alphabets. 1894 Nonsense songs. The Owl and the Pussy Cat. The Duck and the Kangaroo. The Daddy Longlegs and the Fly. The Jumblies. The Nutcrackers and the Sugar Tongs. Calico Pie. Mr. and Mrs. Spicky Sparrow. The Broom, the Shovel, the Poker, and the Tongs. The Table and the Chair. Nonsense stories. The story of the 4 little children who went round the world. The history of the 7 families of the Lake Pipple Popple. Nonsense cookery. 3 receipts for domestic cookery. To make an amblongus pie. To make crumboblias cutlets. To make gosky patties. Nonsense botany. Nonsense alphabets. More nonsense pictures, rhymes, botany, etc. 1894 Introduction. Nonsense botany. 100 nonsense pictures and rhymes. 26 nonsense rhymes and pictures. Laughable lyrics, a 4th book of nonsense poems, songs, botany, music, etc. 1894 Laughable lyrics. The Dong with a Luminous Nose. The 2 Old Bachelors. The Pelican Chorus. The Courtship of the Young Hebung-Hebo. The Pobble Who Has No Toes. The New Vestments. Mr. and Mrs. Discabolos. The Quangle Wangle's Hat. The Cummerbund. An Indian Poem. The Akond of Swud. Nonsense botany. Nonsense alphabets. Index. An index of first lines. An index of nonsense alphabets by Edward Lear. An index of nonsense botanies by Edward Lear. An index of nonsense songs and stories by Edward Lear. The full Project Gutenberg license.